Okay, so it's sent. I got it.
Okay, cool. It works. Got to be the windows up there. But USB is just about it. Okay, tell you what, I'm going to go and log in
Okay.
over there. And maybe I'll bring my iPad back up.
All right.
Maybe underneath the
Okay.
You have the URL to log into?
He does.
Just
Okay.
Well, you know, it's those growing pains. You know how it is. Mistakes are inevitable. I just like to keep them at a minimum.
You learn something now, you know how to get back. You know, the story, the reporter asked Thomas Edison after he had 1,000 failures in a row. Well, you know, 1,000 of your experiments just failed in a row. How do you feel now? I feel great. I know 1,000 things that don't work, which is pretty valuable knowledge, I guess.
Just for things that I'm going to try and get to. I'm going to try and get down to the RA room at this table. Right down there. Look at the gear, look at the spectroscope. And maybe if we have enough line, get to the
Scotty, you're right about the echoing of the voice in the dome.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
It is beautiful. I would agree with that. I miss it.
Yeah.
I miss it.
I didn't have this long cable last night.
There's just a special feeling when you go inside the 100-inch, you know?
Yeah.
Carry that cart down the stairs.
Nope, I'm going to carry tripod, camera. Sorry, tripod and a laptop. Maybe it'll be two people.
Probably should be when you try to carry people.
Well, the division of labor, I'm just going to let you give the tour talk.
Okay.
And Robert, I'm just going to tell about the stuff, the upgrades we're doing, the things we've done recently. You haven't seen our auto guidance.
No, I haven't. Know anything about that.
It's going to go. Here. So we have fiber optics. Program we did that find out if we find guide cells at the camp, that's good. And so
Yeah, so let's see who's online with us right now. We've got Bethel Douglas Barrett. Wanted to know what platform most viewers watch on. Facebook is probably our most popular platform. We're broadcasting right now on Mount Wilson.
you just keep on talking, Steve.
And also on on Explore Scientific USA's Facebook page. But we also broadcast on YouTube. We broadcast on the Cloudy Nights website on their homepage. Twitch, which is kind of a gamers channel, but a lot of astronomers like to hang out there too, and Twitter, of course. And so, let's see, we have Alexander Belzer Sweeney watching, Sarah Rigby from the UK, Bergman Scooter, Pekka is from Stockholm, Sweden, James the astrophotographer. He says, I've been looking forward to this all week. That's great. Bethel Douglas Barrett. Let's see.
TSA?
What?
Did you renew the TSA?
Josh Bush says, hello, everybody. Mike Wiesner, excited to watch this. Thanks to Explore Scientific and the Mount Wilson staff and volunteers for making it happen. Clear Lights 58. Greetings from the north of Boston. We're about to get snow tomorrow. It'll be pretty, but it makes setting up this telescope a little more tricky. Yes, it does. Stay warm. Josh Bush wanted to know where Mount Wilson is. It's above Pasadena, California. When it was set up over 100 years ago, it was a very, very dark place. Of course, you have all the lights from LA and Pasadena today, but Mount Wilson does have one of the darkest infrared skies in the world, so still has a huge advantage and great seeing conditions often. Arieta Dergudi says hello. Marco Polo says hello. Conrad Sanders, hello from Minnesota. Josh Bush watching from Bella Vista, Arkansas. That's right down the road. Ernie Jacobs says hello from Buffalo. Jim Norwood wanted to know, is it streaming? He's seeing a still frame. Jim, just refresh your page. And
That's on the track.
Dr. Edwin Hubble, on a movable platform, lines up the massive telescope as he begins a cold night's work. Having turned the telescope with electric motors to the desired position and coupled the driving clock, he focuses the image and centers the object to be photographed. He attaches a 5 by 7 inch plate holder, just as one would on an ordinary camera. For large telescopes with their great magnification and light-gathering power are used almost entirely as cameras to photograph the wonders of the heavens. adjustments have been made, Dr. Hubble signals his assistant to turn out the lights inside the dome, which would fog the sensitive photographic plate. As the lights go out, he pulls the slide, and the huge instrument makes a time exposure of the selected object.
Movements, 100-inch broken mold and bubble. And this thing up in the 60 inches. Yeah, yeah.
They're going to have an intermission. Maybe change stones.
Yeah.
Just hasn't built those.
Yeah, hopefully if we take the system down here, move it there, it'll work.
Power exposure. All righty.
I like this.
Easy. 20 hours, 40 minutes, plus 20 degrees, 30 minutes.
Then
What's that?
so there's always more subside in
Yeah.
Humason Hubble order. Yeah, some-
Trouble anyway.
We'll give it a half an hour exposure.
Hang around Carnegie, you hear stories about
All right.
Sandage and Humason and all the guys. And story goes that Humason taught Sandage how to drink.
As far as I can tell, it was Humason who cleared the way for Bada to work up with the army officer in charge, enemy, and he was an old friend of theirs, somebody who knew. They someone out
Right.
drinking together, and at the end of the drinking
See?
party, by Valley Bada.
We'll give it a half an hour exposure. All righty.
How many levels? This is the next one. And the digital versions of the Zoom ins.
Richie was kind of reluctant to astronomy, like he's really dirty or something.
With the TVs on it.
But you can see us right here. Yeah, that. See me right up here. Dead center now.
Stabilized. It's stable under it.
Tony, Chris Burns, Scott Bell, John McKinney.
Well, hello everybody. This is Scott Roberts with Explore Scientific, and I am here with David Levy and Tom Meneghini from Mount Wilson. David is at his home in Vail, Arizona, and we are bringing to you a live presentation of Mount Wilson Observatory, currently in the 100-inch dome. We will later in this program move to the 60-inch dome, and conditions prevailing, everything's just right. We hope to do live imaging through the 60-inch as well. But first off, I would like to is Tom, are you there for?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So Tom is the executive director of Mount Wilson, a position he's held for a few years. He has been I think a lifelong amateur astronomer, but now he's living the dream, being at Mount Wilson all the time and keeping these historic telescopes alive, running, and in wonderful condition. Most recently, we had heroic firefighters save the observatory, thank goodness they did, because now we're able to bring you a program like this. And later, when this pandemic lifts, Mount Wilson will engage in much more live programs where you can actually be there in person. But we wanted to bring you some behind the scenes, views of features of the observatories, and to talk about the history of the observatories. Tom has assembled a team that includes Chris Burns from Carnegie Observatory, Tim Thompson, who is a session director and telescope operator at Mount Wilson. I've been there many times where he's given talks and programs for Mount Wilson. Robert Anderson, also of Mount Wilson, is there. And I'm not sure who else you have there, Tom. You have does that cover it for your team?
It does. We're still looking for Robert. And
You're still looking for him. Okay.
That's why we always have more than we need.
That's right. That's cool. Okay. And of course, this is this is a special edition of our Global Star Party, and we always start Global Star Parties with some words of wisdom and poetry and passion from Dr. David Levy. David has given lectures in the 100-inch dome and has been to Mount Wilson several times. I think he feels about Mount Wilson the way that we all do. It feels like hallowed ground, like it's a sacred place when you're there. And this is the cradle of where astrophysics was born. And when you go to Mount Wilson, it's something you feel the history. It is simply amazing. We're trying to bring some of that to you tonight. So, David, I'll give you the stage here.
Well, thank you so much, Scotty. It's such an honor to be here. And, sitting right here at my desk with Wendy on one side and the 100-inch on the other side, I feel like I am in a holy place. It's a very special place. I wanted to thank you for running that movie, because that movie gave us a sense of where we are. What really got to me about the movie, however, was not the images, but the music. We started with Clair de Lune as background music, and I really enjoyed the Clair de Lune. Reminded me of the first time. I can't listen to Clair de Lune without cracking up, because the first time I heard Clair de Lune was played by Victor Borge on the piano, and he started it very beautifully, and then very quickly it ran into Happy Birthday. Da 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 da. It was really something. Anyway, we are now at the observatory of the 100-inch telescope, which was at one time the largest telescope on the planet. And there are a lot of telescopes that now lay claim to being the largest on the planet, probably beginning with Galileo's in 1610. That little tiny telescope that he used to look at the moons of Jupiter and to discover the moons of Jupiter. Tiny little 1.5 to 2 inch diameter refractor that he used. And then the great Leviathan of Parsonstown. It was a 75-inch telescope that was in Ireland, opened in 1845. And with it, Lord Ross was able to do his very famous drawing of the Whirlpool Nebula, Messier 51. And what's also interesting about that is that it became probably the backdrop for one of the most famous paintings ever done. And that was Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night. I also think of Kenneth C. Clark, who many years ago did on public broadcasting a series called Civilization. I remember him saying, "What is civilization? I do not know. I can't define it in abstract terms yet, but I think I can recognize it when I see it, and I am looking at it now." Now, if it turns out that Kenneth Clark was actually, as the backdrop to what he was saying, was none other than Notre Dame Cathedral behind him. But he might as well have had the 100-inch dome as a backdrop, because boy, brother, what a backdrop that would make to the story of civilization. Not for what we are, however, but for what we could be, what we can be. And that's a very, very special concept. As we all stay home now, we're unable to be at the 100-inch ourselves because of the pandemic. We are wondering, will someone be able to come out of a hat and get us out of this within the next few months? It's looking like that's going to happen with vaccines that have been readied in real time. It looks like we might be able to have some of these global star parties at the 200-inch directly.
Right.
And so the largest telescope turned out that after Lord Ross's Leviathan of Parsonstown, the Dominion Astrophysical Observatory, I believe, had a telescope a little bit larger, and that was the largest telescope on Earth from March to about May of 1917. At which point the 100-inch at Mount Wilson was opened up, and that was the largest telescope until the 200-inch came online in 1948. That was the year I was born. But I often remember, and there's something special about the 100-inch being there in the dome, looking at that mighty telescope, and thinking when we go all the way back to the opening night on it. And it started as a very foggy, unpleasant night. But by 3:00 in the morning, the fog had cleared away, and they were able to turn the great 100-inch to Vega. And boy, what a view that was. There were astronomers there. I'm sure that Hale was there. But there also was a poet there, Alfred Noyes. And he was writing at the time Watchers of the Sky, that he did it in honor of the telescope's opening night. And so for my poem today, I'm going to quote from Watchers of the Sky. "Tomorrow night," so wrote their chief, "we try our great new telescope, the 100-inch. Your Milton's optic tube has grown in power since Galileo, famous, blind, and old, talked with him in that prison of the sky. We creep to power by inches. Europe trusts her giant 40 still. Even tonight, our own old 60 has its work to do. And now our 100-inch. I hardly dare to think what this new muzzle of ours may find." And now back to you, Scott.
Wow. Thank you. That was beautiful, David. That was beautiful. Wonderful. Well, our next, we'll transition to Tom Meneghini, who is, as I mentioned earlier, the Executive Director of Mount Wilson Observatory. I have to say, it's a real honor. You guys are all friends, but it's a real honor to present this program live and to share it with people all over the world. We have right now a worldwide audience watching, and I couldn't be happier with having this live program going on. So I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you very much, David. Welcome all to the Sistine Chapel of Astronomy here at the 100-inch dome in Mount Wilson. I'm going to talk as little as I can and demonstrate as much as I possibly can in the time allotted. Tim is going to give us the historical perspective and basically our tour that we give here, that we give live. He's going to do that here for our audience here. So I am going to run out of battery. So let me.
Now, Tom, if there's any reason that you just disconnect with this, and the audience too, we're doing something we've never done before. Okay. So
while I'm doing that,
lose it, just log back in, and we'll get you back on. We'll stay on live.
Okay, we're good.
Okay.
So I'm going to move you here. So bear with me while you.
Yeah. And as you watch this, I mean, just you can see that.
I'm going to just point this upwards. Yeah. All right, Tim, please.
Hey, Tom.
Okay, we're open. So I'm going to turn around here a bit and we'll have a look at the 100-inch here. And I'm going to let Tim take over while I do a little wiring here.
Oh boy, Tom's going to try to plug in the computer and make sure we don't all vanish into the haze. Well, you can see the 100-inch telescope, and you were watching it. I assume you can hear me. You were watching it in the film that played before, and you saw Hubble sit there and turn the wheels and look through the thing. At the Newtonian focus, which is up there behind me, nobody ever goes up there anymore because it's not safe in the modern sense. So this telescope is the most famous telescope on the mountain, thanks to Edwin Hubble and his discovery, literally, of the universe with it, because he's the one who figured out that galaxies were galaxies. He's the one who figured out that they were moving away really fast using this telescope. And so that counts as experimental evidence for the expansion of the universe, which made Albert Einstein really happy because he thought the universe should be expanding. They told him, no, the universe isn't expanding. He said, well, okay, it's not expanding. And then Hubble came along. Yes, it was expanding. And Einstein got to say, ha, I told you so. But it's a scaled up version of the 60-inch telescope. So for my money, since I've only been up here for, a few decades, the 60-inch is even more important than the 100-inch, but the 100-inch is the famous one. His primary claim to fame being Hubble and his galaxy. Hubble did make a little bit of a mistake in that he, without knowing it, he and Shapley both used the wrong period luminosity relationship for Cepheid variables, which Walter Baade fixed.
by using this telescope during World War II. In the 1940s, he was basically a German guy hanging around, enemy alien, if you want to call it that. And they finally cut a deal, thanks to Milton Humason, that would allow him to drive up to the observatory to work. So the way I like to describe it is a professional astronomer condemned by law to use the world's largest telescope under blacked out skies, which sounds like torture, but we all have to put up with something. And he used that opportunity to observe Andromeda, M31, same thing as Hubble had done. Only he was able to see more stars than Hubble because he had better photographic emulsions. Then when he went to the 200-inch, he had an even bigger telescope. And he was able to fix it and instantly double the size and age of the universe, somewhere around 1956 or so. This telescope was also used for something else that is not famous and virtually unknown, the very first measurement of the curvature of time by Walter Adams, who measured the gravitational redshift of Sirius B, the white dwarf around Sirius, using the Coude focus on the 100-inch telescope. And it was a success, and it was actually better than Eddington's famous 1919 observations, which are probably more famous than they deserve to be. But that's another story. Ask me some other time. But the gravitational redshift is, in fact, a measure of the curvature of time, where what Eddington did was kind of a measure of the curvature of space. And that also proved what white dwarfs were, because nobody really knew until the redshift measurement that Walter Adams did, which shows you what the surface gravity is. Then you're looking at something really small, really massive. So he basically discovered what a white dwarf really was. Now, Alfred Joy used this telescope and the 60-inch to discover a new class of variable stars at the time. They're called T Tauri stars. We now know that they're pre-main sequence stars right near the end of their pre-main sequence star evolution, about to become main sequence. Nobody knew that at the time. So Alfred Joy, who's famous actually for falling off the Cassegrain platform, and after getting patched up, coming back because he couldn't be kept away, discovered this new class of variable star and named them. But the 100-inch is really a scaled up copy of the 60-inch. The 200-inch is a scaled up copy of the 100-inch. And every other major large telescope in the world is a scaled up copy of the 100 or the 200, which all go back to the 60. So really it's the 60-inch that started it all and gave us, can you move Tim so that we can see the 100-inch? Move me. Okay, I'm moved.
No, we want to see Tim and the 100-inch at the same time.
Come on up here. Come on up here, Tim.
All they want to see me. Why in the world does anybody want to see me? You people are crazy.
There we go. It gives a sense of scale. Does Tim have a microphone?
Well, we have a remote one, I think.
Okay.
So, here I am. Why do you want to see me? I have no idea. But here I am. And you can see how big the 100 is. And this looks like the thing that Hubble, when you saw the movie, remember Hubble was very weak to handle his photoplate. This looks like it, but this is not the one Hubble was using. Behind the camera over there is the Newtonian platform, way out off the floor. There's a ladder to go up to it. And maybe Tom will turn the camera around and show you the platform. That is where Hubble was. And that platform is on a track, and the crane lifts it up. It goes up the dome to the high end of the telescope where the Newtonian focus is. It does work with Newtonian, wide field living too. So he was way up there somewhere,
spinning around the magnetic telescope in an even less safe spot than I'm in at the moment. And so, as I said, this telescope is scaled up top 60, 200 scaled up top 100. The 60 and the 100 both use a mercury float system to lift weight off of the mechanical bearing. 200 couldn't do that if they had high pressure oil. But it was the same kind of thing that have to duplicate somehow. The primary mirror down here is a 9,000-pound hunk of glass, and it's important to realize that both the 60-inch primary mirror and the 100-inch primary mirror were not simply the biggest telescope mirror anybody ever made. They were the biggest single pieces of glass existing in the world for any reason at the time. The 60-inch did not stress the glass making trade terribly, and they were able to make these good glass. Hale obtained in the late 1890s. Well before he had but this mirror in this telescope is the third of 8 attempts made to Sanderbane glasswork. This mirror literally stretched the glass making trade to the breaking point. The largest glass making factory in the world was too small. They had to actually retool their factory, build a new ladle in order to make a mirror this big. They tried 8 times. 7 of those failed, either during the healing or for some other reason. And only one survived, that's one that's in here. Some of you will know it has bubbles in it and a number of other problems. And it was originally rejected, but eventually Hale was over budget, behind schedule, the Sanderbane glass got point. Well done.
That's great. Hey, Tom and Tim, can we get Tim a little closer to the microphone?
Okay, come on down. Come on down. Okay, I'm coming down.
It was great, though, to see him with the telescope because you got this sense of scale.
Right. Okay. We turned up the sound. I don't think it was enough. So, all right. How's our sound level now?
Your sound is good.
Okay.
Were they unable to hear me?
I guess so. Maybe that was.
They could hear you. It was a little tough. It was a little tough, guys. Now, for the audience, also you have to recognize this is a first for Mount Wilson to do this kind of thing. So, we are. This is as much of an experiment for them as it is for you. So.
We are doing what great scientists do all over the world. We're making it up as we go along, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Just remember the things that don't work because you don't do them again, right?
That's cool. That's fine.
Okay, we're gonna
having fun. That's the main point.
We're gonna send Chris up to the glass. He's got a notepad. Maybe we can see the mirror.
Okay.
Okay, he has opened the shutter. The mirror has a cover over it to protect it. And of course, during like the Bobcat fire, for instance, we had the buildings all sealed up and the mirrors all closed up. And to the best of my knowledge, no smoke or ash got on any of the mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
But we did have some on the mirror covers we had to kind of blow off before you open it up, and so it doesn't touch the mirrors.
Scott, can you give Chris Burns the floor?
I sure can.
Okay.
Actually, all he has to do is speak up.
Well, he's going to take over with his notebook, so you have to change over to his image if that's possible.
Okay. Then what we're going to do right now is we'll take a little bit of a break. Okay. And when Chris Burns signs in, then we'll switch over to him. So
Chris is signed in.
He's already signed in. Okay. Yeah. So I'm just going to ask him to unmute. He's muted.
Okay, that's good.
Is that you?
So,
hey, cool. We got you.
Can you see it?
I see it.
See it? Okay.
All right.
So,
I'll help you.
Yeah,
I will go
we
along,
are-
and Tom will make sure that I don't trip somewhere.
Try not to get dizzy, everybody.
So here are the stairs. I'm okay. I'm good.
So in order to keep the video on you, you just have to keep
So
talking.
there's the view outside. And this is what we call the drawbridge. So this can be lifted, and in fact, the telescope will not run until this drawbridge is brought back. And this is where
I go first.
you go first. Okay.
I'll catch you.
Okay. All right. And here we go.
Oh my
And there's
God,
the-
we're inside of the 100-inch telescope. Chris, describe what we're seeing.
So you're seeing, this. I'm in a precarious position, which you can't see, but you're seeing now, if I point straight down, you're looking at the reflection of the secondary mirror, which is at the top of the telescope. I'm going to put that right in the center of the view. And you can also see the trellis up there. And here, I'm going to pivot up. And this is the tertiary mirror. So light starts bouncing off this primary mirror here. And I know it's hard to see the mirror because it's just a reflection. And then it travels up, bounces off that secondary mirror at the top, then comes back down again and bounces off this tertiary mirror, which sends it out forward from our perspective. And then there's a whole other apparatus on the side, which brings it down to the bottom where people can view through the telescope. All right. And this thing here, this white cover, is what protects the mirror. In fact, if you want to close it, you can watch it close, up close, and get a good view of this. And there it is, all stowed away and safe.
Beautiful.
Okay, and now we'll go back.
We have a question. Somebody wants to know the focal length with the 3 mirrors.
They wanted to know what?
They want to know the focal length of the telescope.
Yeah, the primary is f5. At the Cassegrain, it's f16, and at Coudet, it's f30.
Back. Oh, I just hit this. Feedback. Better mute myself now.
Okay, you can come back to the Wilson camera.
Yeah.
Or I can just continue to look at you guys.
Well, hey, here we are.
You can also look at the control panel.
Yeah.
You guys wanna describe how it works?
So we'll describe how the controls work.
This is really working better than ours. I like yours better.
I finally got it connected.
Okay, all right, this is the old system here with the periscopes that read the setting circles below and on the side of the telescope. And they would use this series of buttons to move the scope, the dome, and engage the motors. And so we leave this here. It's a legacy. It's going to be here for as long as the observatory is, believe me. But the old controls don't work as well as what we have in here now. And what we've done is our group of volunteers, they're JPL engineers and other disciplines, and they have put in this new system using servo motors. It's just been upgraded for the second time. And we have all of our position readings here, and the operator still uses buttons to move the telescope. In fact, I'll just, with the mirror cover, with a thing, I'm not going to it because of the drawbridge. Just
All right.
alone anyway. It can't anyway. So
Well, I can bring the drawbridge up if you want to move it.
so I'll do that. So
Okay. We can go watch Tom bring up the drawbridge.
I'll see you folks.
Whoa.
Okay, so this, now the drawbridge up, we can select our speed. I'll slew high, and I'm going to come south with the scope.
Do we want to, maybe we want to go back to the other camera because it might have a better view.
So you want to ask Scott to?
Yeah, Scott, can you go back to the wide angle camera?
You have to speak on the microphone for the wide angle camera. It switches automatically.
Okay,
Go to a grid view.
that's the tuna master.
It's my
So
computer.
whatever camera you want to run, you just have to talk, okay?
Okay,
Through that microphone, and it will switch.
all right. So are we on the telescope right now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to move the scope southward. Okay.
Oh, right.
Yeah. We have to move a few wires first. The plan is to move the telescope, and you will see the telescope move as soon as we get the wires out of the way. That way, the executive director of the observatory will not be the one to blame for breaking the telescope. The rest of us can just stand and watch, right? Okay, cool. Now you should see the telescope moving towards you. Yeah, oh, okay. Looks like it's oh, it is. Oh, the black ring you see near the middle of the image is a catwalk. It's possible to climb the ladder you see on the right and actually walk on the catwalk. Not now, but when it's pointed at the zenith, and walk around on there if you need to do some work and you're not afraid of heights or something like that. Okay, there we go. And what are we seeing now?
Oh, we're looking down the barrels.
Okay.
Looking down to see the tertiary.
Yeah, so you can see the backside of the tertiary.
Okay. So I think we're going to try, if you want to take a short break, we're going to reposition the camera underneath the telescope and take a look at the back of the mirror. And it's an interesting view. So if you can give us about 5 minutes, we'll continue. How are we on time, Scott?
We've got all night.
Okay, all right. So okay.
We've got all night.
Careful what you wish for.
All right, so we'll reposition. Otherwise, you're all going to get seasick from us moving the camera around.
Okay.
And we'll be back in 5 minutes then. So just
Okay. I'll give you 10.
okay.
All right.
Okay, 10-minute intermission. He's got a clock counting down. You only got 9 minutes and 52 seconds.
Okay. Tim and I we're going to try to do this as gracefully as possible.
Okay, what are we going
So
to
first of all, I'm going to unplug this. And then I'm going to I'm going to unplug this. I'm going to take this and take that. So this is the critical module. Robert, here you are. Good deal.
It moves.
It is moving. Can you give us a hand with the cable management here? Thank you. Yes. You okay? Oh yeah, we got plenty.
So. Something more serious, like a video. At some point, it might be. Is that right? Got like a skin spot? Yeah.
I've got some beauty ones up there. I'm sure you like about the law.
Today is Pekka Hatala's birthday. So happy birthday, Pekka. He's watching from Stockholm, Sweden.
Yeah, I've got hand sanitizer on me.
So to you guys in the audience, how do you think the program's going so far?
I'm having a blast. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah.
And I know Tim Hunter down there is also enjoying it.
Yeah.
Okay. How about you already got your? No, okay.
People want to know when I'm going to sell the Explore Scientific version of the 100-inch. It would be wonderful to sell a working model of the 100-inch, maybe a 20-inch, to exact scale, 1/5 scale of the historic 100. I would love to sell something like that.
Scott, this is Tim. This is absolutely wonderful. What focus did Hale do his images at? Was that at the Newtonian focus or the?
Oh,
didn't use
that's
that.
a good question. I don't know. I mean, to get that big field of view, the Andromeda Galaxy is huge. I would think so. Probably at Newtonian focus, but that's just a guess. They did use some very large plates on, when they showed the view as they were coming up to the 100-inch mirror, there was this big round port that was on the side of it, and that's where one of the cameras would go, or one of the plate holders would go. The whole thing is actually a camera. I think they used a variety of different size plates, probably mostly 5x7 and 8x10 maybe. But we can ask that question of Tom later. Tim would know that too. it's amazing the history that these guys know about the observatory. We are right underneath the 100-inch. So as they get more set up here, we'll come back.
Myself coming down the stairs.
How did you hurt your hand coming down the stairs?
Hey, that's a good question. I'm not altogether sure yet, but hey, I'm old and that kind of thing just happens to me.
Well, I know that. Because I'm like you. I'm older than you are.
Well, I just turned 71 a couple of days ago.
I turned 74.
Damn, you're ancient. The bleeding finally slows down.
One of the things is that they're going to see a kind of degraded version.
The mirror's supposed to look like random action.
Well, I can hold the light and position that a little better.
Fun working with tripods.
Oh, we can try. We can try. Oh, hey, yes. Okay.
There you go.
Yep.
All right, and that's a
Okay. Hold that position. Are we going to start out?
Well, how long do we have?
Minute 44.
But you know what to do now.
Yeah.
And you can get the mirror pad, the flotation system. Which
Okay, we're a minute 30 out.
Got it. Scott, thank you.
So, sorry it took me so long.
We feel your pain.
Yeah.
So from here, we're going to go over
more or less.
Okay.
Yeah. In this work environment.
So I'm going to introduce you, Robert.
Why is this going to happen?
It is happening right now.
Oh.
That's all right. You're one of us.
You're working man.
You're working man.
Yeah. Working guys are supposed to look like.
Oh, what?
Just 20.
Well, it will be in 22 seconds.
Oh, so what do you want?
Oh, just say hello. Hi. You want to? You want to talk and be understood? Back. You're going to talk to Scott Roberts.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Is he going to?
Okay, he's coming back on. We have 1 second, so live. Hi, Scott.
Okay, we're back, everybody. You're watching Explorer Alliance presentation of Mount Wilson Observatory Live, and we have with us the team at Mount Wilson, led by Tom Meneghini. And who's on with us right now?
Robert Anderson, he's joined us here in the 100-inch, and just wanted to introduce him. Robert is a utility player up here on the mountain. He does a lot of our back office and support work. He's really a jack of all trades and very valuable to the observatory.
Wonderful.
He's fun to work with, besides. So, without further ado, I'm going to bring Tim back here. Are you healed?
I'm healed. Okay. What am I doing now?
Well, you're going to tell about the central vein glassworks and the 100-inch exam mural.
Oh, okay, cool. So
We have we're going to look we're looking in the bottom of the 100-inch telescope through one of the ports here. And this is the back of the mirror, 9,000-pound mirror. And when this was brought to California, they looked at it and said, "Oh my gosh," it says, "Well, I'm gonna let you take over." Why am I talking?
yeah. So I assume you can see the mirror and the
Yes.
fun stuff. And so the Saint-Gobain glassworks. Remember, I said that these mirrors, both the 60 and 100, you be careful you don't pull the computer off onto the floor here. Release the tension. Both the 60-inch and 100-inch mirrors were not just the largest telescope mirrors in the world. They were the largest single pieces of glass anybody had ever tried to make. And the 60-inch really didn't stretch it. They were able to make a really good high quality blank. But the 100-inch stretched the glass making trade to the breaking point. And that was George Ellery Hale's lifelong habit. Every technology he came to, he just stretched it to the breaking point. Oh, the mic is up there. Can you hear me now? I didn't know that. So he stretched every technology to the breaking point. So in this case, the factory had to pour the glass 3 times into the form. And when you pour the first ladle, then you go fill up the ladle again. The glass you've already poured lays there, gets a little bit of a cool surface on it. Then you pour more glass on top of that. You wind up with 3 layers of glass and 2 layers in between of bubbles. And then as the glass cools and anneals, and you're probably getting dizzy as the camera flies around. As the glass cools and anneals, the convection currents in the molten glass push the little layer of bubbles around. So the inside of the glass is full of bubbles. When the mirror arrived and was unpacked, they had 2 problems with it. One is when they grind and polish, will they grind down to where they expose the bubbles? And if they do, then the glass is usable. But if they can avoid that, then it might be usable. But they were really worried, nobody had ever seen this before. This was new in material science. They had 3 layers of glass, and they were afraid that thermal expansion and contraction would separate the mirror into 3 layers. And that would make it no good. So they rejected it and told Saint-Gobain to make more. Well, this is the 3rd attempt. They tried 5 more times. And after a total of 8, they basically told George, "Sorry about that, but this is the best we can do is the one you've got." And he decided, well, okay, we'll go ahead and we'll make a mirror out of it. And I think they began grinding composites in 1910, 1909 or 10. Do you remember the year?
Probably around 1909.
Yeah, about 1909. And finally got it finished in 1917. It took a long time, and that was George Ritchie who had discovered that the way to make a high quality glass mirror was to be incredibly patient and pay attention to details. And that was the major conceptual breakthrough in making really great big mirrors. Just pay attention to the details of what you're doing and take a long time to do it. And for both the 60 and 100-inch mirrors were made with diffraction limited surfaces. They never did break into the bubbles. And I have read some papers, modern material scientists think that the bubbles probably give the mirror even better thermal characteristics than they would have had without the bubbles. That's a guess. I don't think anybody really knows what effect the bubbles have. This is also, even to this very day, as far as I know, the largest ordinary glass mirror ever made. It's not made with melted down French wine bottles, despite the stories you hear, because French use a much higher quality of glass for their wine bottles. It's wine. They're French. It's wine. You know, you can't do that. But it's ordinary plate glass. It's ordinary stuff. And of course, the 200 inch was not. It was Corning. It was Pyrex. I think it was a Pyrex. And so, and all the bigger mirrors now, there's special formulations of glass made for telescope mirrors. So this is the largest ordinary glass mirror in the world. And when it was made, it was the largest piece of glass ever. So there you are. So,
Tim, there's a question. They want to know how much that mirror weighs.
oh, the mirror weighs 9,000 pounds. It's 13 inches thick at the edge, and I think it's 11 and a half at the center. I don't remember that for sure, but 13 at the edge of the mirror and 9,000 pounds. So if you have 190-pound elementary school students up here, and I've used this one before, it takes that many in order to equal the weight of the mirror. And they're really impressed by it. They don't know what 9,000 pounds is, but they know what 100 of them is, and that's impressive.
That's wonderful.
Okay, so we're going to try and move this all in unison here. And we're just going to go over to some of the improvements that we've made recently, or the last few years, on the control system. Up till the time, probably the 50s or 60s, it was the last time they used the old clock drive system, and they upgraded with motors, electrical motors, to do all the operation. And we've made several increments of improvement on that. And I'm just going to give an overview of the latest one we've done. And this is going to be interesting. Something about how we're going to do it. So
to control the camera angle, you just have to keep talking.
I will take the camera.
Okay, and you can take laptop, and I will take transformer. And we will try to walk over through that door.
Try not to get too dizzy. I can't get too far away. Okay.
All right.
Watch the stairs when they do.
Oh. Anyway, for the potential amalgam here. Recently, we have, as I said before, we have some very talented volunteers, a lot of them electrical engineers, some of them working in developing spacecraft for NASA. And this is typical of probably something that went to Jupiter at one time, or Saturn anyway. This is our control system. Up to a while ago, we had just had software-based drive systems, which when the computer goes obsolete, everything goes obsolete. So we said, well, we're going to do something that's a little more retro, but it has dip switches and other controllers that are independent of software that we can change over time. And it does have pre-programmable modules that we can plug in with laptops and do upgrades as well. But I think this should serve us well for the next 50 years. I don't know what technology will bring us, but that's state of the art right now. And it's a great improvement in tracking and pointing this telescope like it's never been able to before. So I just was going to do that. Never mind this sign that says danger high voltage.
That keeps the riffraff out.
So we're going to come down
We're going to come down further.
Come down some more.
Okay.
We lost camera here, Tom.
Hang on a second. Catch up with you here. Yeah, okay.
All right. Are you talking home?
Can I talk and hold? I can talk and chew gum at the same time. How about that?
Yeah. But we did lose the camera.
Okay,
Oh, lost the camera. Oh, well.
okay, it says it's on.
This is plugged in. This is plugged in.
So. So let's see if we have it here. So, okay, hold on. All right, I'm trying to get our camera back.
Mm-hmm.
I may have to unplug it to replug it.
It's fine. It's amazing we've been able to do what we've done. Really.
Yes, agreed. Zoom doesn't want to let me access the camera for some reason.
You want to
We'll
disconnect?
switch over to Chris's iPad.
Okay.
Okay, now I gotta turn it around.
There we go.
Okay, I'm up top here.
Very nice.
Can you see us?
You sure can. Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Mm-hmm.
Coming down, coming down.
I'll just stay here. We'll just get here and explain that.
Yeah.
Well, it's hold position. It's easier.
So,
I can walk past you here and get out of the way. How about that?
good idea. Okay, I'm following you.
No, you're going to go up there. You're going to show the spectrograph.
Oh, the spectrograph. Okay.
Okay.
So there it is.
Oh, boy, I'm supposed to say something. Oh, okay. That is the Coude spectrograph, all the mirrors and everything kind of, throw the light around and break it up so that you can see basically wavelength versus intensity. This is at the Coude focus, so it's F30. And when this was built, it was by far, not by a little bit, but by far the most powerful spectroscope in the world for a high resolution stellar spectroscopy for Walter Adams and his gravitational redshift of Sirius B. And George Hale knew when he started his project for Mount Wilson, the 60-inch telescope, that he needed a reflector with a long focal ratio, which is what the Coude does. So the 60-inch was the very first big telescope in the world with a Coude focus, and the 100-inch followed. So you have very long F ratio, which gives you a high dispersion, which means it spreads out the wavelength and allows you to see narrow spectral features. So if you're trying to derive temperature, measure relative velocities, if you want to know what something's made out of, you need that kind of information. And they knew in those days that you needed to do spectroscopy to do astrophysics. They didn't know what a spectrum really was or why it was. I mean, they knew how to plot one. They didn't know why there was one. And they didn't until the 1920s and mid to late 1920s when people finally figured out the real physical meaning of a spectrum. But they were able to get temperatures and they were able to get velocities. They could do that much. And so this is the high resolution spectrometer for the 100-inch. It's still usable. We could actually do something with it, although it would require changing the cage at the top end of the telescope to put on the Coude focus mirror. But it's not incredibly obsolete. It could actually be used. So what else do you need to know?
Where to now?
Down to the right here, the clock drive.
Okay, down we go.
Boy.
This is where things get a bit tight.
Yeah, so now we're down. Now we're in the guts of the beast here.
All right.
Okay, so
again, this is the motor, I think, that drives it now.
That's the new motor sound.
That's, yeah. So this is the motor that drives the telescope now. Now there's two motors. So which one?
That's an encoder.
Oh, this is an encoder.
Yeah.
The one up here is an encoder and the motor is down here. And so it turns this shaft, which is connected to a worm gear here. And the worm gear turns around that way or that way. And that moves the main drive. I think this is 200-inch diameter wheel, right? Mm-hmm. So the this wheel is the same size as the mirror of the 200-inch at Palomar's. And it was too big to bring up in one piece. So it was brought up in two pieces. They were connected. And there you are. So this guy right here is Clement Giacomini. He's the instrument maker who cut the teeth in this gear in place. You don't make the teeth in the gear first and then bring it up, because when you put it together, there'll be a little glitch where the two halves went together. You put it together first, then you grind the teeth in place, and that way it's smooth all the way around and there's no catch in the drive of the system. So here he is doing it. And he was one of the guests on first night light, I think it was November 1st to 2nd in 1917. He was one of the guests because he did this for the drive. And that's the original clock drive mechanism. And so this is the modern mechanism, but the original mechanism has a flywheel governor on it and used falling weights just like a regular cuckoo clock. And the falling weights provided the power that drove the clock drive. And then the flywheel governor controlled the speed, and you could control that by moving the slewing and driving and that kind of thing. So it was originally an entirely mechanical system. Kind of reminds you of some 17th century or 18th century Swiss clock. And that's exactly what it was. That's why they called it clock drive, because it was a clock, same thing. So
Tim,
we have since then modified it to work with electric motors, but there you have it.
Tim, how long could the drive run?
There's more.
How long could the drive run with one?
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going this way.
Of the
We like it up here. All right.
So if anybody else has a question, fire away. I'll try to make up a really good answer.
Yeah, I have a question, Tim. How long could the drive run mechanically? One go.
I think that's all we had. I didn't know if we could get to the Photonic Museum or not. That was of interest.
So I think there was a question. So was there a question?
Yeah, how long could the drive run mechanically with one pull? One length of the
all night for sure.
All night.
Well, I think they meant if the weight is falling, eventually it gets to the bottom and they have to bring it back up again. So how long could you go with one continuous fall?
No.
I don't know, but I do know that the only electric motors they had here were the motors that lifted the weight. So when the weight got to the bottom, they would just zip it up with an electric motor and then let it fall again. So I don't know how long it would run
without stopping the clock drive. Yeah.
And they want to know what kind of accuracy did the original clock have?
That I also don't know.
Same as it is now. It was a lot more forgiving because they were using photographic plates emulsion, and so it wasn't as fast. So it was forgiving. If they made a mistake, they could, or had a tracking error, they could close the slide on the plate and reposition and get their guide star back.
Okay.
So, but modern astronomy with CCD and CMOS cameras is not forgiving. Every mistake is faithfully recorded. So that's why we've done these upgrades to this telescope.
That's why you do short exposures and track and stack.
Exactly.
Yes.
You got it.
Another question.
That's the workaround. That's the
workaround.
Yes.
That's right. Let's see. Another question: would the scope stop tracking when lifting the weight back up?
No.
It would not.
No, it was still engaged, and it would. Okay. I don't know how they did it. We have it on all the scopes up here. Another one is active with that right now is the SNO solar telescope with a similar system, and it rewinds its weights while still driving without a problem. So they've, I have yet to understand the mechanism that does that, but it's been repeated over and over here again.
I'm sure. Dan Janasic is asking, what was the very first image taken and how long was that exposure?
The very first image on this telescope, trying to remember, Edwin Hubble started on the 60-inch, and I don't know the first image on first light night when people came to look through with their eyeballs and didn't do cameras. I know they looked at Jupiter. They allegedly looked at Vega. There's an argument amongst astronomers looking at the logbook, which seems to show objects viewed which were in fact not viewable at the time they were supposed to be looking at them. So astronomical historians have argued with each other over what they actually looked at. They surely did at some point look at Jupiter. Whether they really looked at Sirius or Vega or whatever other star that night, I'm not sure. I think Wendell Hogue just recorded a star, Jupiter and a star, which kind of doesn't help you too much.
Right.
But of course, that was the night someone had left the dome open and sunlight had shined directly on the mirror, and it was thermally deformed. So when they first looked through the telescope, they saw like 5 images of whatever it was, Jupiter or a star, and went bananas and decided that the thing is a piece of junk, go horror. And then somebody said, oh, wait a minute, the sun was on the mirror. So let's all go to bed and not sleep for 2 or 3 hours, which is what they did. Right. And then come back later on and looked, and everything looked great. It had relaxed and thermalized and everything. So then they could sleep.
Right.
That's the best I can do for an answer.
So there's a comment here in the chat. Pekka, who it's his birthday today, by the way, December 4th. He's in Stockholm, Sweden. He says this show beats Discovery Science all time in documentaries. So
thank you.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there's no other television. You can't do this on TV, folks. You can't ask questions and get answers right off the top here. So this is live, and this is a great way to do this. Randy Mallon wants to know that if we can do a Zoom. Now, the Explorer Alliance is going to do a special December 21st event, live views on the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. What are he wants to know if Mount Wilson will also join in on that.
I'll answer that. We're going to try tonight. We're going to try and see how low we can get the 60-inch. Excuse me, my glasses are fogging up. I need to see you. We're going to see if we can get down that far projected where that conjunction is going to be. We don't. Everybody's here shaking their head, but I'm still
shaking their head. No.
We might get it earlier than the pure conjunction, but we'll try.
If we do it when the sun's up, maybe.
Yeah, we may have to do it. It's with sun up, but we have to be far away from enough from the sun to protect the mirror too. So we'll have to see what the separation is between the two, the sun and the two objects.
Yeah, it should be about 20 degrees. The planets will be about 20 degrees above the horizon at sunset from here. And by the time twilight gives way to real dark, they're like 10 degrees above the horizon. And so that's really low, and none of the big telescopes can point that low. We would need to have somebody with a little telescope out on the front parking lot, pointing right over Los Angeles.
Or on the catwalk.
Yeah.
On the catwalk up here.
But 10 degrees might be too low even for the catwalk because of the trees. And so the problem is that they're too close to the sun. If they had just done this at some better time of the year in dark skies, we could all be jumping up and down with joy. But now they're so close to the sun.
Yes, I agree.
Doubtful. So the answer is doubtful, but we're going to look. We're going to look anyway.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, so at this point, are we moving to the 60-inch, or are we moving?
I think yes, we can wrap it up here. We'll save more for another time. We have more to show here.
All right, we'll do it again.
We don't want to take all night, but we'll keep things moving and reconvene at the 60-inch and go a little bit over its history, since it was
progenitor to this one and in all modern telescopes.
And I should tell you that my docent training lecture lasts 4 hours. and we obviously can't do that here.
Hey, we can burn the air all night if you want. It's no problem.
So you're getting the short version.
That's cool.
Okay.
All right, so Scott, shall we sign off then and see you?
Yeah, I'll take us to a
we'll
break.
contact you when we're.
How much time do you guys think that you'll need to make the
I think
switch?
we're going to need a half an hour.
Half an hour. Okay.
20
All right,
minutes to half an hour. 20 minutes optimistically, yes.
All right, so we'll break. I'll put up a 30-minute break, and you know, our people on chat can go get something to eat. You know, take a break, maybe take a short nap, whatever. And then they're going to show us the 60-inch, and then they're going to attempt to do live imaging through the 60-inch, which is, you know, that's going to be very interesting. We'll see if it all works. So, thanks for watching, and stay connected, and we'll be back.
All right.
Okay. Bye, Scott.
Cool.
Thank you.
Go to. Oh, sorry about that.
March newsletter because nothing's happening.
Oh, this is something.
I know.
This is something.
But I'm gonna ask Tom if we should mention the things we do remotely, but is this right now?
So Jenny is
Is it
going to
open
be,
to others?
yes. So Jenny is purchasing, I forget how many nights. And the idea is to have one a week, just open to anybody. We just come up here, we do the usual thing, kind of like what we're doing tonight. Maybe not going down into the guts of unless of course it's cloudy, and then maybe we'll do an entire behind the scenes tour and stuff like that. But yeah.
Okay, you guys can probably still hear me all right. I can tell that they're in the 60-inch telescope at this point and still getting set up. This should be at least as amazing as the 100-inch. Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts here, and you are watching the Explorer Alliance live special presentation at Mount Wilson Observatory. And we have our team has moved over to the 60-inch telescope. I see Tom near the camera there. And Tom, you're muted at this point, so you have to unmute yourself to be heard. But I can see him motioning over to Chris to unmute. Here, let me ask to unmute here. Here we go.
There you go. Okay.
Ah, you might have two computers turned on at the same time. You have to turn off the audio on probably the laptop.
Working on it.
Okay. There we go. That
Okay.
works.
We have the imaging computer on
Oh, on the
Skype,
scope.
on
Okay.
Zoom, yes.
Right.
So we've looked at the position of Saturn. It's too low for us to get. So we're going to pick another object. Should we pick?
They have suggestions.
Mars.
Or you want to wait for Mars?
We'll wait a little bit for Mars, and we'll go for planetary.
Sure.
Okay. Snowball. Okay.
Perhaps you can show the telescope a little bit.
Yeah.
Tom.
Okay. Let me just spin around this way.
Okay.
Okay. So Chris is going to go. There's one near the telescope that Chris has set up.
Okay.
So we're going to be switching computers here.
Right.
Okay, so you should be able to see a big image of the telescope.
Yes.
Yep, okay, good. All right, and now we're going to start slowing.
Do you want to turn the lights up so they can see the telescope move?
Okay, clear. Lights on.
Yeah, turn the lights on so we can see how the telescope moves. All right.
See the back of my Los Angeles Astronomical Society jacket.
And declination 42. And 6. Yep. Too far. Two and 42. Oh, oops. Yep, we're good. Not going to see it moving much anymore.
This is exciting.
Imagine doing astronomy with the lights on. That's crazy.
Okay, in principle, we should be there.
Okay, we're not doing astronomy with the lights on, but you sound better.
So I'm sitting here with you, watching the team set up the camera system on the 60-inch reflector. This telescope was built, I think originally the mirror was a gift from George Ellery Hale's father. And the mirror blank was ground in Pasadena by George Ritchie. This is really a masterpiece telescope. And this telescope was the really the prototype, as Tim Hunter described it, is of all modern telescopes still today. And the mirror is exquisite. It is diffraction limited, just like our refractors out there at Explore Scientific. There's Tim.
Is that me?
That's you.
Oh boy. So we're trying to find Blue Snowball Nebula. We did. Oh, they're focusing now.
Ah.
It's an example of a planetary nebula, which has nothing to do with planets, but that's what they call them anyway because of historical things. In the magnitude system astronomers used was invented by Ptolemy, 2,000 years ago, and we still use it because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So planetary nebula looked fuzzy, looked round like planets in old scopes. So they called them planetary, and they called them nebula because they're fuzzy. but they're late stages of evolution of a star like the sun, which gets temperamental in its old age and throws off its outer layers rather gently, not like a supernova. It just kind of sloughs them off and forms an expanding shell of gas. And that's what we see and call a planetary nebula. And that's what they're working on getting now. And this one is called the blue snowball for reasons I don't know, but it looks blue and it's kind of snowbally, so who knows? Still working on the focus?
Yeah. Incremental process.
How do you know if it's focused? It's a fuzzy blob.
Oh.
That's the trick we use with people at public star parties. You know, how do they know it's focused? It's a fuzzy blob.
Fuzzy ball.
And it's the best fuzzy blob they've ever seen in their lives. They love it. It works out perfect. But this one has a star in the middle, and you guys are too sophisticated for that. So we got to get the focus right.
Hey, Tim, is this a color camera that we're going to be looking through?
I don't know. Is this a color camera?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Great. One of the people on chat is saying, love the blue snowball. It looks like a blue snowball, like a snowball out the cone.
Well, maybe that's why somebody called it blue snowball, because it looks kind of like a blue snowball.
Yeah.
I've looked at the owl cluster, and I've never seen an owl yet, so I have no idea. Are we ready? Chris says he thinks we're nearly ready.
Awesome.
So does anybody have questions, about the telescope or anything like that?
Well, just comments. Mike Overacker is saying he just finished logging all of the planetary nebula for the Astronomical League Club. Now I just need to get them verified. Another comment, all tech issues aside, this might be the best star party yet. I would have to agree. Although
I don't know how to justify it.
We have. It's hard to, hard to match the 100-inch and 60-inch, though. That's true.
This is the first time I've been up here for one of these, my first adventure. But Chris has had it set up before. We did remote observing for a class at Glendale Community College, where his wife teaches. And that worked. And so, how do you get that to where they can see you?
I've never done this before, and it's so exciting, the anticipation.
Well, remember this telescope, the one we're looking through now, which has been working without a stop since 1908, a little stop for a while when Carnegie wasn't funding the place, still works just fine.
It works very well. Works very well.
Look at a computer that was made in 1908 and compare it to a modern computer. It doesn't work. But you can compare this telescope to a modern telescope with the same aperture. They're pretty much the same. Not a whole lot different. This one is obviously built a lot because the engineers were in 1908. And these days we can make spiffier stuff. Otherwise, it's just as good as any new 60-inch.
Michael Whitaker says, I'm now at the edge of my bed in anticipation. Now a question, there is a question here. They want to know what the focal length of the scope is.
It's the same as the 100-inch. It's F5 primary, F16 Cassegrain, and F30 Coude. The 200-inch telescope has a shorter primary. It's f3.5.
Yeah.
But the Cassegrain and Coude focuses are the same, f16 and f30 on all three telescopes, classical optics. And because especially spectrometers are sensitive to the focal ratio, means you can move instruments between the three telescopes and they ought to work.
Oh, and that was probably done exactly for that reason.
That's right. They were copies literally the 100-inch and 200-inch are copies of the 60-inch up to having the same focal ratio. Except the primary on the 200 f5, it would stick out the dome like the cartoons, and that doesn't work. Okay, they're going to share the screen now, and we should be able to see the blue snowball.
Okay, I'll let you know when we see it.
They're furiously making windows and trying to share.
Yeah. Okay.
I see. Yeah, I see.
This is it. This is it.
That's a live image through the 60-inch.
Isn't that
a lot of
incredible?
details.
Come over here. You're the one doing it. You tell
Where's
us.
the audio going? Is the audio?
I think this is the audio. They can hear me anyway.
Yeah.
Turn it up though, so we can hear that better.
So we can hear them? Yeah, I can do that. How's that? Probably that better. So what you're looking at right now is a planetary nebula named NGC 7662, although I think we've already told everybody it's called the blue snowball. You can have a look. I don't know. Does it look like a snowball? Maybe. It is unfortunate that I can tell you the image you're seeing through Zoom is probably not giving this justice because the video compression is sort of degrading the image a little bit. But hopefully you can see that there's a sort of an inner shell of gas and an outer shell.
That's coming across very clear. That's coming
Is it very clear?
Very clear. Yeah.
Okay. And you can probably also tell that there are two stars to the lower left, one brighter than the other. And if you watch them, you may notice that sometimes they look nice and star-like, and some other times they look kind of blurry. And so we're just we're fighting atmospheric seeing at this point. So we've been trying to focus as best as we can, but at some point you just realize that they're as focused as they're going to get, and you're just looking at the blobbiness of the Earth's atmosphere kind of jiggling around and messing up these beautifully, perfectly crisp images. I don't know, can we tell that the white dwarf's in the center? Probably you can kind of tell that there's something in the middle, something star-like.
You can definitely see the star in the middle.
Yeah, so this is essentially the end point of a star, kind of like our sun. The more massive stars, they go out in a bigger bang as a supernova, and they also produce sort of a nebula around them afterwards. The Crab Nebula is a classic example of this. This is not quite so violent as that. This is a star that got to be towards the end of its life. It started running out of hydrogen. It started burning helium in the core, and then the helium started burning into carbon. And then at that point, it really can't do much more. And the star goes into what's called a red giant phase, and it puffs up big and red. And then towards the very end of its life, the outer atmosphere of the star is blown off. And that's what you're seeing here, is that outer material streaming off into space and leaving behind the core, which is mostly carbon and oxygen, at the very center, and that's called a white dwarf. And if that were the only thing in the system, if it's just that white dwarf sitting there, then it's simply going to cool down over many billions of years and fade from view. But there's a more interesting thing that can happen if there's a companion star in this system. And if that companion, let's say, were to get large and puffy and red, just like the first one, then the white dwarf could steal some of the material from it through its gravity. And that's one of the ways we think we might get what's called a type 1a supernova. So by itself, the white dwarf can't do much more, but if it can slough off some mass from a companion, then it can grow and grow. And if it gets to this magic mass, which we call the Chandrasekhar mass, which is about 1.4 times the mass of the sun, then it can start to reignite and start burning all those carbon and oxygen atoms into higher and higher elements in a sort of a runaway effect, and that leads to an explosion. And I don't think that's going to happen here because I don't think this has a companion that we know of. What else can I say about this guy?
WI9.
Who's got the distance to this?
I don't, it's a few thousand light years, but other than that, I don't know. They're all a few
They
thousand.
say on Wikipedia 1,800 light years away.
There we go. So what you're seeing here is 1,800 years old. So the actual system itself has probably grown by quite a bit in that time. So we're not seeing it as it is today. The other thing that Tom just pointed out is you may notice that it's kind of got a bluey kind of green tinge to it. And that's real because what we're seeing is excited oxygen, ionized oxygen atoms. And when they get excited, those electrons move into the upper parts of the atom, and then they cascade down and they liberate photons when they do that of a particular color, which corresponds to the energy level. And in that case, this turns out to be sort of this aquamarine kind of color. And in comparison, the stars look much more, I would say, kind of reddish white.
That's O3 doubly ionized.
Oh, is it doubly ionized? Maybe.
Yeah. I think that's nebulium, right?
Nebulium, yeah. That's right.
Yeah. So when this was first observed spectroscopically, nobody knew what it was. They didn't know you could ionize oxygen a couple of times. And so they thought it was a new element. And they called it nebulium. And it was one of the astronomers at Mount Wilson, whose name escapes me at the moment, did a calculation and proved that it was, in fact, doubly ionized oxygen, to the surprise of everyone.
Did they use the lab at Carnegie to do that?
They might have.
Right. So Carnegie had a lab. They didn't just have telescopes. They also had a lab down in Pasadena. And they could do things like ionize some atoms and look at the spectrum of them. By the way, if anyone who's listening doesn't know what a spectrum is, we kind of got briefly into it at the other telescope. It's where you take the light that's coming from this object, and instead of just saying, in this case, we have sort of red, green, blue, and we can kind of tell what color it is, we can pass this light through a prism or some other kind of medium, which splits it out into all its colors. And then you can say, oh, well, there's this much of this color and this much of that, or wavelength, as we usually say with light. And you can get these fingerprints, essentially. They look like spikes of light at different particular colors. And that's just because of the way the atoms give off their light. And what they could do at Carnegie is they could put these elements like sodium, oxygen, and things like that into a machine, heat them up, make them glow with their particular light, and then pass that through a spectrum and see what that fingerprint should look like. And then you can compare that to what you see in the universe and you can say, aha, I see the same fingerprint of sodium or oxygen or carbon or iron, and you can tell what these things are made of.
Remember that George Hale is sort of the modern founder of astrophysics. He was a physicist, and one of his innovations, something he did that had not been done before, was to associate a physics laboratory with an observatory so that astronomers could do experiments like Chris just described and other experiments like magnetism and Zeeman effect. So they could compare their laboratory measurements with their astronomical observations. And that was a new idea with Hale. And now, of course, it's fairly common, but back in those days, it was a new idea.
Yes, see if there's any questions.
Are there any questions?
People are just blown away by the view. One person mentioned that it's a noisy image, but they have, you have to realize this is a live image, totally unprocessed, raw, right through the telescope. Is the exposure what, 1 or 2 seconds? How long is the exposure?
We're at 2 seconds at the moment.
I think we're at 2 seconds. And not only is they're seeing effects, but there's going to be some video compression too. So the image will look better to us than it will to you just because of the video link.
Sure.
Now
it's amazing you are doing it. I mean, you're broadcasting live this image all over the world right now. It's incredible. It is.
So let's do 10 seconds. Let's see what that is.
We're gonna bump it up to 10 and see if it's clear or brighter. Normally we could stack these, but it has problems aligning on an amorphous object for the stacking process when it's live. If we did post-processing, this would be much more distinct because it would pick the best images and discard the bad ones.
It's beautiful just like it is. It really is.
So
I feel so fortunate to be able to see this. I have had the opportunity to observe live. You know, I have my eye to the eyepiece of this telescope, but it's wonderful to see this now, and that image looks fantastic.
Yeah, that's 10 seconds.
That's
And so
10.
there you can see that the stars are now even more kind of blurry because of the seeing problems.
Yeah.
So I would try to refocus this a little bit, but I might make it worse. I have to wait 10 or 12 seconds between every time I turn the focuser.
Well,
Right.
go to something brighter.
But this isn't bad for out of the box.
Yeah. We're not doing research here, so if we're not quite focused, I don't think we need to worry about it.
No.
If Chris wants to get a paper out of this, then we've got to do some work. I like to hear about people being blown away.
Yeah, they are. They are absolutely blown away. They love it.
Okay, so
I think you are focused. I think that you're just running into some scintillation, some seeing effects. It's pretty close, if it's not right on top of focus.
Yeah.
Every once in a while we see, you know, the center star very sharp. Why do we see shells like this? What's going on with that, Chris?
So there's a few reasons. When the outer layers of the star are ejected into the outer space, it doesn't have to do that the same all the time. It could have episodes. So it could have like a large outburst and then kind of go quiet and then have another outburst. So that could give you shells.
Okay.
In this case, likely what's happening is there is probably pre-existing material in the system, maybe from an earlier stage of the evolution of the star. So the star may have had quite a bit of a wind, and it may have ejected a previous shell, and then the shell that came out afterwards kind of runs into it and can light it up. So that can also happen in these cases. But I think in this case, we're probably looking at maybe just episodes of different amounts of the gas being ejected into space.
It looks like the source is rotating. Those are axial
Almost
jets.
like a belch or something.
Yeah, and actually, as Tim pointed out, some of these things that you're seeing can also be just a geometric effect. You could be looking at something that's really like an hourglass shape, but because it's tilted and you're only seeing it in a two-dimensional projection, you can get these kind of other weird geometries going on as well. And again, if the star had material in a disk around it, say like where planets existed or other bits of debris, then when these winds come off the star, they can get kind of pushed into these different kinds of shapes. They don't have to come out perfectly spherical. In fact, whenever we look really, really closely at these things, they're almost never spherical.
Right. You know, this is so gratifying. We were watching just a night or two ago a program from McDonald Observatory. Unfortunately, I guess they were clouded out at the time. So for everybody that watched that show, you know, I know that they wanted to look through a big telescope. Well, folks, you're looking through a big telescope right now. Okay, this is you know, this is likely one of the largest instruments that you would ever visually look through and be able to capture that whole cone of light. All of you remember Don Nicholson, that was at Mount Wilson for many, many years, and his father was Seth Nicholson, that was one of the famous astronomers up there. Don met many of the famous astronomers there. He told me many, many stories about Mount Wilson. I just loved to sit down and listen to him. But he thought that this telescope very probably was the largest aperture telescope that you could fully visually use, you know. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it was until we put the 100-inch online. Now, of course, you can look through the 100-inch under good circumstances. And as far as I know, that's the largest telescope in the world you can walk up to and look through an eyepiece.
That's true. That's true.
And we didn't get a chance to show it off.
Right.
When we were there in the 100-inch and you know, just to kind of run out of time. But you all should know that we look through the 100-inch by looking through a refractor kindly provided by Explore Scientific that, so we look through the 100-inch by looking through another telescope. It's like a big telephoto mirror or something, which makes it a friendly focal ratio for eyeball viewing. And I, of course, have looked through both telescopes many times. And I can't say that one is better than the other. They're just different, because the 100-inch obviously can show you things in better detail than the 60-inch can. But the 60-inch can show you things the 100-inch can. For instance, if you look at M13, globular cluster, in the 60-inch, you see the whole cluster, all of it with some kind of empty space around it, and it looks like a globular cluster. If you look at it with the 100-inch, the globular cluster is much bigger than the field of view of the telescope. So just looking through an eyepiece, then 10 zillion stars crammed into the center of the cluster. And they're both pretty impressive views. So what you want to do is run back and forth between the two telescopes. And we actually have some parties that do that. They book both telescopes, and then we switch them back and forth between the 60 and the 100.
Yes, I've been to an event like that, and it is fantastic. I also mentioned earlier in this program that while this program's free, normally you would have to pay to attend one of these live viewings. And I also mentioned that this is an all-volunteer effort at Mount Wilson. The Mount Wilson Observatory relies on the kind donations of the public, and so I did share the page for mountwilson.edu, and consider making any kind of donation. If you're enjoying this program, these guys are knocking themselves out tonight to give you the experience through 2 different telescopes and live imaging during this pandemic. And, we're very honored. I mean, I feel I'm pinching myself that this is even going on right now. So this is totally cool. And, I know that the audience is really responding to this. So
we'll have to do this again someday.
We will.
This is fun. We plan on doing more of this, especially while this pandemic is going on. And this will augment our STEM program, which we do have a robust one going right now. But this will bring it into the night, and maybe we can do some night viewing and some education for students who may be bored with classroom-based
right.
presentations, and give them a different dimension on the universe.
Right.
Okay, so we move to
M15?
M15?
Yeah. We're going to move to M15. You might see things whizzing through the field, and unless you want to shift to something else, Scott.
We can bring the lights up and we can watch the telescope.
We'll bring up the lights a little bit here, so you can.
Let's see what it looks like here.
We're going to do the little lights.
I don't know.
Okay. Whoops.
You should be able to see how. Are we going to look at the telescope moving, or are we going to see the camera?
Tim, how long have you been working at Mount Wilson?
What, were you talking to me?
Yep. How long?
This is my 40th year.
40th year. Wow.
We're clear.
Now, I know that you're also very active with the Los Angeles Astronomical Society, so want to give those guys a shout out. They've done amazing outreach, and they're a great club.
I don't know if you can see my jacket, but it's the Los Angeles Astronomical Society jacket and my Mount Wilson hat. And I even have a Palomar pin in my Mount Wilson hat, just because George was a nice guy.
That's
yes,
awesome.
I've been on the board of the LAAS for most of the last 30 some odd years.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been volunteer up here for 40. As far as I know, of all the people who are up here now, I've been here longer than any of them. Mike Simmons is the only other one who was here when I started. We both started pretty much at the same time.
Yeah.
He went off and got famous for founding Astronomers Without Borders. And he
Yes.
told me he was going to quit founding organizations. Then he founded Astronomy Without Borders. And he told me, I'm leaving Astronomy Without Borders. And like 2 days after he left, I started a new organization. And now he's doing like global astronomy outreach.
Yes, he is.
He'll never stop. They'll
stop.
find him with his
That's who he
hand
is.
wrapped around a telescope somewhere.
That's
I don't
right.
know. And me, you know, they'll find me stretched out up here somewhere because this is like the greatest place to be in the world.
Yes.
Because it really is where modern astrophysics and astronomy, not just the science, but the technology as well. This telescope you're looking through was an enormous innovation in telescope technology for the day.
Right.
There was nothing like it before.
True. You know what? It's still pretty awesome.
I haven't changed my mind about that in the last 40 some odd years, so
Me
I guess
either.
I'll take your word for it.
Me either. I think it's awesome.
I'm always ready to answer questions while we're moving to another object if there
Let's
are
have
any.
some questions, guys. Let's have some questions. I know that you're watching. I know that you're, you know, maybe their jaws are like dropped right now and they're just like stunned. Okay. But hey, you've got the astronomers here. Jim Norwood says, major thanks to the fellows that are giving us this glimpse into our astronomical heritage. All in caps. He says, thank you.
Cool.
Yep.
Are there people out there watching who are less than 40 years old, which means I've been up here longer than they've been alive?
I think so. I think so. There's people watching all over the world, Tim.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Somebody wants to know, what cameras are you using? Are you using any filters? Josh Bush.
What camera are we using and what filter?
It's an Attic Horizon.
Yeah.
It's an Attic Horizon 2, and it has a 3.3 focal reducer on it right now. So we're compressing this down a lot. Well, we have a 4-inch cone of light coming that we have to squeeze down to the size of a chip on a CMOS camera.
Look at
So
this.
that's what we're.
We're seeing M15 right now. It's starting to come in.
Yeah. And I don't think there's any filters. I think we're just getting straight.
It's going straight in. Okay. Somebody's saying donations are on their way.
Oh,
I made
boy.
a little donation too tonight, so.
Oh, and I just want to also, I also want to tell your audience that if they're really, really bored, there's an excellent paper model of the 100-inch telescope on our website.
Seriously?
And for a small donation, we will send you the PDF and you can print it out on cardstock and go crazy building a architecturally perfect model of the 100-inch.
Cool.
And I designed it, so if you really hate doing it, you can blame me.
I gave my donation, so I'll have it scaled up with my graphics team and build a, 0.5 scale.
Yeah. The telescope moves and the dome turns. I mean, it's a really impressive paper model.
Yep.
So there you go, M15 globular cluster.
Yep. Okay.
2 seconds.
Who in the audience knows how far away that is? Let's see. Let's test our audience.
I don't know offhand.
We're gonna check the audience. They'll give us the answer here.
Yeah, most of them are a long ways away, like 20,000 light years or something.
Now, tell us the story about Harlow Shapley and his study of globular star clusters with this telescope.
Well, Harlow arrived here, as I recall, in 1914 and immediately went to work on the 60-inch studying various, he was trying to map out the Milky Way, which people had done before. Nobody really knew what the Milky Way was. They didn't even know it existed as a galaxy the way we think of a galaxy. There was guesses and there was Kant's island universe hypothesis, but nobody really knew. So in 19 1908 and 1912, over that period, Henrietta Leavitt discovered the period luminosity relationship for Cepheid variable stars. And in 1913, Einar Hertzsprung calibrated that using statistical parallax to a distance scale, so you could then use it to actually derive distances. And immediately Shapley went to work. He used that and a few other tricks to get distances to globular clusters. And he used a few other stars like O-class stars and things. And using the distribution of the globular clusters on the sky and their distances, he was able to figure out that the Earth is not at the center of the distribution. And he was able to figure out sort of the size and shape of the galaxy, understood that the chain of light you see in the sky that you call the Milky Way was really kind of a disk. He didn't understand it the way we do now. He thought it was two layers of stars, and he didn't understand that the black part was dust clouds obscuring his field of view. He called it a zone of avoidance, where he thought maybe electromagnetism or gravity was breaking up the clusters and the like. But he got the size and the shape pretty much right and understood what he had found. And so he was the first one to actually map out and show the Milky Way Galaxy the size and shape more or less that we know it to be now. Prior to that, I mean, what's losing my train of thought on names, but William Herschel, he tried to map out the Milky Way, and he couldn't do it because he just couldn't see far enough. And of course, Immanuel Kant thought of island universes, and Lord Rosse, you talked about him in the Leviathan of Parsonstown before. He thought he saw stars in M51, but nobody actually didn't for sure in that telescope. But it wasn't until Shapley that the Milky Way Galaxy was discovered to be what we understand a galaxy to be now. And in those days, he and most of the rest of the astronomers thought that was pretty much the whole universe. And it wasn't until Hubble proved the distances to other galaxies that people realized that the universe was a lot bigger than they thought it was. And I think you'll find that's a theme that goes throughout the history of astronomy, that every time somebody finds out how far away something is, it's a lot farther than anybody had been willing to guess prior to that. And that kind of is still the case.
So I'm just going to point out that you may notice that you're seeing more and more and more of this as time goes on, because we're using a feature of the software called auto stacking. So it's taking 2-second exposures, and then it is adding them together because there's enough stars in this field that it can figure out how to stack them all properly. So you're probably seeing more of the core sort of building up over time.
That is cool.
We'll go back to the live view in a second.
Yeah. So did anybody out there figure out how far away it is yet? Didn't you challenge the people watching?
Yeah, it's about 33,000 light years away.
Oh boy.
A little over that, 33,600. It has an, well, I'm reading straight from Wikipedia, so we're going to consider that to be an authority. It has an absolute magnitude of minus 9.2, which translates to a total luminosity of 360,000 times that of the sun.
Makes sense.
One of the most densely packed globulars known in the Milky Way. It's also one of the oldest known globular star clusters at 12 billion years old. It says it's home to over 100,000 stars.
It's typical for globular clusters. They have hundreds of thousands of stars. Open clusters have hundreds, maybe thousands, but globular clusters are bigger and older for the most part.
Now, and you may notice that there are a lot of very bright stars, but also many, many more dim stars kind of in the background.
Yes.
And the bright ones that appear to be in the foreground, those are the red giants. So those are the stars that are kind of at the end of their lives. And they get big, and they get red, and they get more luminous because they have more surface area to give off light.
It's beautiful. It is.
One of the
it is
things
getting more and more intense as we go along here. So that's cool. I wonder out of our audience here how many people think they've seen it naked eye. This is at magnitude 6.2, which should be theoretically, if you're in dark skies, you might be able to see it naked eye. Certainly with binoculars you can see it.
Oh yeah.
Looks pretty darn good with the 60-inch telescope.
One of the things, you know, that impresses people at like public star parties, I mean, people often just, they know, but they just don't realize it, is that you're always looking back in time when you look out, and this is 33,000 light years away. That means that light has been careening through the universe for 33,000 years to get here. So you're seeing an image of something the way it looked 33,000 years ago. And in those intervening years, those stars have moved. And so, like, if you could say, if right now means anything over that distance scale, it's actually changed, but we won't see that change for 33,000 years. And then, so it doesn't work for globular clusters, but I tell people when you're looking at Jupiter or Saturn, and maybe it's 40 light minutes away, come back in 40 minutes, you'll see it the way it looks now, except now will be 40 minutes ago then, and you'll be all confused again.
Yeah, I'm gonna go put it back to a live view, just so you can see the difference.
Okay. He's going to put it back to a live view so you can see.
Okay, so you can see the difference. All right. Oh, wow. Actually, it looks better with live view.
Yeah, I think the stacking isn't working quite as optimally as it could. So you're seeing somewhat crisper images of this way.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, let's try a 10-second exposure.
All right. Somebody wanted to know what is the Bortle class of the sky there at Mount Wilson.
Tonight it's not good. I know it's a seeing scale, but I never paid attention to it, so I don't really know what the numbers mean. But the seeing tonight is a little off. Under really good circumstances, then the seeing here is amongst the best that you'll find in the world.
Yes.
Which is why the observatory is in this location. But we're having high wind and high altitude winds now, and a Santa Ana wind event that's kind of just still at the tail end of it. And when you have high altitude winds, it messes up the seeing, and that's going to be a problem for us tonight.
Right. How would you classify the light pollution level at Mount Wilson?
It depends on the wavelength. We are obviously pretty light polluted, in fact, very light polluted by the megalopolis of Los Angeles. If you look at images, pictures taken when George Hale came up here, there was a little spot of light for Los Angeles and a little spot of light for Pasadena, and a whole bunch of dark nothing. Now you come up here and look, and it's just endless lights from horizon to horizon. It's like a solid civilization, which is why Carnegie moved its major observatories to the Chilean Andes, because they get away from all these lights. So in optical, you couldn't do research astronomy from here because of the city lights. But the Chara array, for instance, works in the near infrared, say 1 to 2 micron wavelengths. Yeah. And there is no light pollution at all in those wavelengths. It's invisible. And so it has no effect on them, so there's a lot that you could do. You could do near infrared spectroscopy or photometry with these telescopes if we had the right equipment, and light pollution would not be an issue. And you could do, university, certainly student class research with these instruments, with these telescopes, with that kind of instrumentation at the near infrared.
Yes.
And we are thinking about trying to figure out a way to get people to do that.
Oh, and also there are rare special nights where the lights of LA are turned off. And that happens when the marine layer is really thick and it covers the entire city, and you cannot see any lights except maybe a little glow poking through here and there. But on those wonderful, totally dark nights here, we can see the Milky Way come out, and it looks like it used to look when Hale first came here.
I've seen that a couple of times up there where, you know, the marine layer was bumpy, especially when it's bumpy down there, you know, and to see the Milky Way like that from Mount Wilson, it was a rapture. It was incredible.
Yeah, we wish we had a big light switch so we could turn off the whole thing.
Scott, we're going to move to M31.
Let's go.
We're going to look at the core. We won't see the whole thing, of course, but we'll see the middle of it. We'll see how much we see.
All right.
Okay, we're going now.
That noise you hear is the 112-year-old dome creaking along. We've oiled it once or twice in the last century.
Someone is asking if we could try for the Pinwheel Galaxy.
I don't know where it is. We'll find out.
Yeah.
They were wondering if we could point it at the Pinwheel Galaxy, but I don't even know if it's up. No,
They like the sound, guys. They like it.
No. M51's the world cool. I think it's M100 or M101.
Yeah, that's way up there north, and it's not here.
Yeah, I think it's too far north for us to see.
I see.
But M31 is what we're going to look at next. And of course, the galaxy is about 7 degrees across in the night sky. It's way too big for any ordinary telescope to look at. So we're just going to zoom in on the center part of it. So you'll probably be looking at the light of, say, at least one, maybe 200 billion stars. Probably 150 billion, split the difference. So when we finish, you can say, I looked at 150 billion stars tonight. What did you look at?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, you need to remember that the photons that we're collecting here are the original photons. This is not a reflection. It's not a copy. You know, the photons coming down are the real ones created inside the, you know, in that fusion process inside those stars. It's kind of contact. Somebody said that sounds like his wife.
It sounds like what?
Sounds like his wife.
Yeah.
Piece of WD-40 on those hinges would help.
Just ask yourself, will you sound this good when you're 112 years old?
Exactly. Oh, wow. There it is. There it is, folks. This is the core of M31. Look at that. Look how tight the core is resolved. You know, in
I can't hear very well. The dome's a lot louder where I am than it is where you are.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Some people want a record. They want a recording of the sound so they can play it. So when their mount slews, they can play that.
Well, you archive these talks so they can go back and record the talk that you've archived and get the sound out of the archive, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So this is 10 seconds, you said? So we're looking at the core of M31 with 10-second exposures. Remember that it's about 2.5 million light years away. So you're seeing light that's been careening through the universe for 2.5 million years. missing all kinds of things that could have gotten in the way, but the Earth is getting in their way, and now we're seeing it. Okay, we're going to go to 5 seconds. It got a lot darker. I mean, so we get the central
signal to noise ratio.
Yeah, the central constant.
Does M31, I guess like most galaxies, would have a black hole at its center. I've read that some galaxies don't have black holes.
All of the spiral galaxies that I'm aware of probably have supermassive black holes in the center. Certainly M31 does, and we know that. Black hole at the center of the Milky Way is about 4 million solar masses, but I think it's M57, the giant elliptical galaxy in Virgo. I can never remember all the numbers correctly, but I think that's it.
Yeah.
Has well over a billion, a few billion solar masses black hole. It's an enormous galaxy.
Incredible.
But ours, we have to settle for about 4 million solar masses.
Yeah.
Andromeda's probably the same or similar to that, a few million solar masses.
So what exposure are we seeing right now?
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
So this is the same galaxy, of course, that Hubble looked at. When he published, I think it's NGC 6822 and M33 before he published M31, but he actually found his first variable in M31.
Right.
And I've long wondered if Hubble, he was a clever guy, if he wasn't up to something, because at the time, NGC 6822, I think it's Barnard's galaxy, astronomers were already thinking that it was an extragalactic stellar system, and he proved it. Basically, he proved what they already thought. So that when he got around to M31, if anybody complained about it, then he could say, well, wait a minute, you didn't complain when I did it for NGC 6822. What's the problem? How come you didn't complain back then?
Yeah. Hey, I am wondering something. I saw, when I was still working at Mead Instruments, a relative of George Ritchie came and sent me it was some documents of George Ritchie's private collection of astrophotography. And it was, this just copies of this. And he was trying to sell it because keeping up archivally maintaining a collection is not cheap, okay? Yeah. And this guy had spent a lot of his own personal money trying to keep this collection going, but he decided that he was going to sell it. I believe it was eventually sold, but there was some thought that perhaps George Ritchie had maybe resolved stars in M31 before George Ellery Hale, or before Edwin Hubble, and I was curious what you guys might think of that or know of that.
I've never heard that before, so I don't know offhand. I don't know if you could resolve individual stars using the 60-inch telescope with on M31 with the photographic emulsions they had then. I remember talking about that with Sally Balyunis here years ago, and but nobody ever tried that I know of. So you with modern detectors and with modern equipment, you might be able to, but I doubt that Ritchie could have done that. And of course, he didn't work on the 100-inch because by the time the 100-inch was finished, he'd already been fired.
Right.
And, so he only worked on the 60-inch. And I'd be surprised if using the photographic emulsions of that time, he could have imaged individual stars in the 60-inch. Although he was very good at using the telescope for imaging, so if it was possible, then I suppose he might have done it. But I've certainly never heard of that, and he never published anything. And I would have thought that if Ritchie really thought that he had found individual stars in M31, he would have published it.
I do have something to add to that. I'm not an astronomer. I'm actually a geologist, but I have looked at Richie's images, and his best images of M31. It just looks like a haze, and you can't really see individual stars.
Okay.
But if you look at M33, the Triangulum galaxy, it looks exactly like what we would think of a modern picture of a galaxy. You can see the stars in arms. And to me, and he took this photograph over 3 nights of exposure up here on the 60-inch. And to me, that photograph taken in 1910, you look at it and you see a galaxy. That to me is photographic evidence that these things were stellar systems. And Ritchie in his notes described it as a system of extragalactic stars. So he was pretty sure he was looking at a distant galaxy, but it had to wait for Hubble to prove the distance. So if you, we have a gallery downstairs. Maybe we'll go down, look at those photos, and I can show you the 2 different images of M31 and M33. And Andromeda just looks like a haze, but M33, you can see that it is a galaxy.
I would believe that. I would believe that.
So I don't know if anybody's mentioned it yet, but what you're looking at here is like the Andromeda Galaxy entirely fills this field of view. There's nowhere.
Oh yeah.
There is nowhere that you will see background. This is all galaxy light, and that's why you're probably not. You're looking at it and thinking that doesn't look like a galaxy. Well, it's because
close.
Yeah, it's huge. This thing is ginormous, and so what you're seeing at the very center there is the core, which is made up of a cluster of stars. So it's almost like a big globular cluster at the center of the galaxy itself.
Right.
Do we know what the angular size of this field of view is?
It's small.
A few arc minutes.
I mean, if you think about how small the 60-inch field of view is, this is smaller, right? Because we're using it's a big CMOS camera. I mean, it's really quite big, but still, it's smaller than your eyeball would be able to see.
Because the whole galaxy is like 7 degrees across.
Yes,
it's enormous.
several moons across. Yeah.
So we're only looking at a few arc minutes, probably.
Yeah. So it's not the best galaxy to look at. But
Yeah, this is a few arc minutes field of view. That's right.
Yeah, so it's a compare a few arc minutes to 7 degrees, and you can see what a small fraction of the galaxy we're actually looking at. I usually like to look at M30. Let's see, I think it's 32, which is the satellite galaxy. That there's 2 of them. M31 is M32 and M110. And I like to look at M32 with it because it looks like a globular cluster on steroids kind of thing.
Okay, so Tom suggested we do another galaxy that might be a bit more well suited for this field of view.
Okay.
Yeah, you need a small, bright galaxy.
Yeah, we're going to do NGC 7331. It's an edge-on.
Oh boy.
Spiral.
Cool.
Well, that's quite near Stefan's quintet.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to move the telescope again. So.
This is such a privilege, guys. Thank you. This is wonderful.
Oh, I might just add that something most people don't know about Ritchie, because he's been overshadowed by Hubble and all the others, and Hale and the people that worked up here. But Ritchie was really an astrophotographer. And that's kind of unusual because all the other people were interested in collecting scientific data with the telescope, making discoveries.
Yeah.
But Ritchie's passion was to make beautiful images of the objects out there in space so that the general public could begin to understand the beauty of the universe. And Hale actually used some of Ritchie's images. He made a prototype of the 60-inch. It was a 24-inch reflector. He made it at Yerkes.
Okay.
And it took better photographs than the 40-inch refractor at Yerkes. So it showed that reflectors were the way to go.
Yeah.
But Hale used Ritchie's photos that were, just beautiful astrophotography. Hale used the heck out of them to sell these projects to get money. So beautiful pictures do serve a purpose.
Jenny Strojan is, the Strojans were, they worked at Mount Wilson for a long time. They're watching right now, which is great.
Say hello, Jim.
Yeah.
Jim Trojan. Yeah, he's on the audience. Jim and Virginia are in the audience.
Really? Hi, Jenny. Hi, Jim.
Jim was a telescope operator up here and ran the 100-inch before he decided to retreat to Missouri and go fishing out on the Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, actually, they live very close to me. They've been down to Explore Scientific a couple of times.
Yeah. When Jim says the fish is this big, I don't believe him.
He's just measuring between the eyes, So that's how we measure them in Missouri.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are people watching around the world that are up very late right now.
That's what astronomers always do. Stay up late. Come on. When did an astronomer go to bed early?
It's got to be 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning in some places here. We have a great audience today. It's there are people. Well, let me see what I can find out as far as video views here. It might be not. It may not be keeping up. Let me see. Well, we're getting close to 100 shares of this program. So you guys that are watching, keep sharing. We'd like to get over 100. That'd be a lot of fun. By sharing, you're actually doing educational outreach. You're just give a little bit before you share. Just type in something that you learned today about Mount Wilson and these objects that they're showing. We'd like to do this again, and we'd like to build popularity for Mount Wilson, to help them, with their donations, and to keep these guys, with the equipment and the maintenance and stuff, the upkeep. If you saw how well they upkeep these telescopes, it's really amazing. Oh, I can see some edge-on action here.
Well, it is indeed an edge-on spiral, and when we have people up here to do live observing, it's a popular thing to look at because you can see the dust lane and see that it looks like a galaxy.
Yeah, maybe a longer exposure, 10 or 20-second exposure. I don't know how long you can go. There are people doing astronomy. They're doing astrophotography and running this program in the background, which is cool, because that way you're not alone. You're here with you're actually here with the A team, with the guys at Mount Wilson, that's for sure. Okay. Now
I think
you can start to see more.
We might be fighting Chara for the bandwidth.
It's 2:43 in Scotland right now. George Shepard is watching.
Are there enough stars or anything to stack these images, or is it too fuzzy?
We can certainly try. There are some stars.
Richard Lindell's imaging M27 right now. Is enjoying this show.
Good boy. Because we could beat down that background by doing that.
We're getting some vignetting, which if you took a
okay. Yeah. You can start to see it.
All right, let's
We're going to try the live stacking thing and see what happens.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I can definitely see, extension of the galaxy.
Of course, if we were really processing this, we'd be taking, doing dark subtraction and divide by flats, because we're having vignetting. You can see the vignetting here.
Yeah,
in the
that's
field.
okay.
But that's just, that's the way, that's what you see is what you get until you do processing.
We're cool with that.
Nope, you got two of them now.
Oh, shoot, no, not working. Never mind.
You got two. Nope, you got two again.
Yeah, the stacking is not working.
That's not, okay.
We need more points.
Yeah, I can see the second image of the core popping
Yeah.
up.
So how far away is this one? This is a lot farther. This is.
Usually I expect tomorrow.
Yeah. I think it's around 20 million light years away. So ask your audience how far away NGC 7331 is, because I don't know offhand.
NGC 7331. Let's get a distance measurement from you guys. Hey, Bob Nans is asking what kind of camera. This is an ATIK 8 camera.
ATIK Horizon 2.
It's an ATIC Horizon 2.
ATIC Horizon 2. It's a color camera.
It is a color camera, yeah. Ooh, we could try, let's try binning this up.
Richard Neal says it's about 40 million light years away.
Okay, about 40 million. So now you're seeing something the way it looked 40 million years ago.
47 million. One person says 53 million. That's
Well, we're getting a lot of guesses, I think.
long ways away.
Dig up Wikipedia again and see what they say.
Yeah.
We're going
Someone Norwood wants to know how far this telescope can see. I'll bet it can see Quasar 3C273.
Yes, we can, and we look at it during our public viewing, and it's, I think, 2 or 3 billion light years away.
Yeah, 3 billion. That's right.
So we're binning the data. Didn't, okay. So really, how far away you can see?
You can start to see it. You can start to see You can see a dust lane. And you can definitely see the extension of the arms very clearly.
Yeah.
I'm seeing more of it.
Yeah.
The stars look tiny. It looks nice.
Good. What's the time?
See how many shares we have now?
These are 15-second exposures.
Yeah.
8 bin.
Second exposures. Okay.
Yeah, 8 bin.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys having a good time there?
Yes, this is fun.
Oh, good.
Shall I go higher, Captain?
I think it's doing pretty good. You want to try stacking now? So we have a lot of signal.
We're almost to 90 shares now. Keep sharing, guys.
Oh boy.
Scott, can you ask about this cable replacement they did on the 100-inch shutter this past spring?
Oh, I'm an expert on that.
Go for it.
I'm an expert on that one.
How did it go?
It was hairy, is the best I can say. I think the scariest part is we were all there when it broke, and that was frightening. And we had to come up with, well, it was opened and we couldn't get it closed, so we had to get some chain come-alongs and some jacks and get it closed before we could do it. And we found an outfit who do commercial cranes, and they do cabling and so forth. And we got the initial bid at $42,000 to replace the cable. That's what frightened me more than anything.
Right.
So they came up, and we had 4 or 5 of our guys helping, just showing them how to, just backing them up and showing them how the system worked, because they were, they couldn't, if we just said, here it is, go get it, they would have been there for days, because they didn't understand how it operated. So we could educate them anyway on how it should operate and what finished looks like, and what closed looks like. They weren't really sure what closed was. So we did it, and so we cut a $42,000 piece of work down to $24,000.
Oh wow! Okay.
So
pretty good.
So I felt good about that. So as far as we know, that cabling was the original cable put back in 1917. We found the drum spool down in our warehouse, and it matched the cable that was in there. So that has been there since day one of this dome. So we got 100 years out of that cable, which I think is pretty good longevity. At least it's superior to the Arecibo one, which is really sad.
Oh, yeah.
It's really sad. So, and cables fail eventually if they're not maintained, if they're, depending on the material they're made out of. So it's just a weak point in all construction is, you have to maintain your cables, take care of it, inspect it, and replace it when it needs to be.
Which I'll point out again, this is the reason why, I know that all of you are very thankful that they're doing this, but you could also show your thanks with $10, $20, $50, whatever you can spare. It's important to keep places like Mount Wilson going, because it's places like this that still inspire people. When you get a chance, you should take a walk inside this dome on one of these tours that they give, and also spend the money and spend a night observing through the 60-inch or the 100-inch. It'll be an observing experience you will never ever forget, and it will be something that where you too would have become a Mount Wilson astronomer for the night.
So, Scott, I will add, and I think I told you before, that even though we have these cameras that are sensitive, we can broadcast these images.
Yeah.
The experience with your eye and an eyepiece is just very different. It's very different. It's much more visceral.
Yes.
You can see much more color with your eye, much more detail than you can on an image. I know I like to look at processed images, and they're very pretty, but I'll tell you what, a raw image through a scope is the best thing you've ever seen, at least for me.
I would agree with that. The view is so beautiful visually through these instruments. You'll never forget it. I know I can't, so it's burned into my memory forever.
But you see, the big risk you take coming to look through one of our big telescopes is that when you go home, you look at your 10-inch or your 8-inch and you think, I'm done with that now, right? Because now that I've seen what the 60-inch looks like.
That's true. I still, Tim, I still love looking through any size of telescope. Even if it's a plastic toy 50 millimeter telescope, I still like it. And I still
agree.
have my 40 millimeter. I still have my 40 that I got in 1970. And every once in a while I go and I look at the moon, I look at some of the original things I ever looked at, and I still get a rush from that. So,
I know. I still have my Edmund 4 1/4 from 1958.
right. Oh, wow. Big scope. This is a big scope. Yeah.
I've got an Edmund from about the same time. It was my brother's. It's a 3-inch reflector.
Yeah. I try to tell people during some of the shows I run that most astronomers, many astronauts, a lot of people involved in some of the upper echelons of science, they all had small telescopes or small microscopes, toy microscopes, these kinds of things.
Just of color.
Everybody's got to start somewhere.
That's right. That's right.
Gamma Andromedae. So we're going to go to a double star, Gamma Andromedae, which is a double blue and gold. We're going to just see if how this differentiates color, how well we can see different colors. Just as a test. This is a test for us, and you can tell us what you think too.
Right. But the galaxy does look good.
Cool.
Okay.
And we're seeing fossil light, folks. That's far, far away. And it's even further away now, right? The expansion of the universe. They think that there's whales in there. Making that, there's a whale song. They're gonna make ringtones. They're gonna make ringtones from this. Clear Light 58 says it sounds like himself getting out of bed in the morning.
When the 100-inch dome moves, it's as quiet as a mouse. But when this dome moves, it shows its age.
Yeah. I was just about to write somewhere the whales they love me so bad. You know, Mount Wilson has so many other aspects about it that is so historic. You know, if you make the trip to Mount Wilson, you may be treated to stand in the same spot where Albert Einstein stood when he visited the facility. You'll see so many things. You know, it is definitely worth a visit. I even recommend staying in the monastery if you're able to arrange that. They charge for it. It's not a luxurious place. This is but it is the same place where all the astronomers stayed and spent the night after observing, or maybe spent the day sleeping after a long night of astronomy. Well, okay, now you can see color. You can see it in gold color.
Sure can.
Color.
The blue looks a little washed out.
Oh, you can see how well you're focused now. Look at that. Mm-hmm.
In this case, they're so bright, the exposure time must have a lot to do with it. Oh, okay. He's going to play with the gain. That's the issue.
Sure.
But you certainly can tell the difference in it.
Yes. Look at that gold color.
So this is like a red giant and a B star, something like that?
That's a good question.
So we're going to play with the focus a bit too.
It looked like it was dead on to me.
These are fairly short exposures, I presume.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's getting tinier. Look at that. When the seeing gets good, I mean,
yeah,
it just looks like a tiny pinprick. Look at that.
Yeah, these are 5 millisecond exposures.
Yeah. Now, what's the separation of these stars?
That I don't know.
This is Gamma Andromeda?
Yes.
Let me find out.
9 arc seconds.
9 arc seconds.
Well, now you can see the seeing, obviously.
Right. This was discovered in 1778 by Johann Tobias Meyer.
Yeah.
350 light years away.
Cool. And of course, if you're into speckle interferometry, you can see this would be perfect for that.
Yeah, right.
I'm just guessing from the colors, because I don't know what the constituents of the system are, that you've got a red giant, probably a K-class star, the bright one, and the blue one, probably a B-class star, main sequence. It's my guess. Just from the colors.
They say that this star was later determined to be a triple star system.
Well, that's distinctly possible. One of them could be a spectroscopic binary. I mean, Alberio is a quadruple. They're both spectroscopic binaries.
Oh, I see. I see. And the name of this, I guess, is seen as is also called Almach. Officially named Almach, the traditional name for the entire system. There was a USS Almach was a name of a United States Navy ship too.
Probably originally cataloged as one star, and then somebody looked at it with a telescope and said, "Oops."
Yeah.
That's all seen.
Yeah.
There's no focusing this.
So if you want to know what the seeing was like, somebody asked about that before. There it is. That's what you're seeing. The seeing.
Yeah. But in 1842, Struve found that this one of the stars was itself a double star whose components are separated by less than an arc second.
Do you know which one?
As the BC component.
Probably the blue one.
Oh, okay.
Because A would be the bright one and B would be the dim one.
Yeah. The dim one. Yeah, it is the dimmer one at magnitude 4.84. The bright one's magnitude 2.26. They have an orbital period of about 5,000 years.
Makes sense. In this case, you can see using a 60-inch aperture is kind of overkill. You'd probably do better with a small aperture refractor looking at stars like this.
But it's cool. It's cool. And it is a spectroscopic binary composed of 2 type B main sequence stars orbiting each other with a period of 2.67 days.
Yeah.
That's going fast.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Yep.
But I was right. B class, the blue color. That's usually
You're always right, Tim.
that's what I like to hear.
That's right. It's beautiful. I would say you've nailed focus at this point.
It's about the best we can do. I mean, with seeing like that, you can't tell the difference between focus and seeing.
Okay. So there's a couple of questions here. One, what does the observatory consider the most important discovery made there at the 60-inch? And what was the most impressive photo taken by their standards?
Well, as far as discoveries are concerned, I don't think the observatory has an opinion, but everybody at the observatory has an opinion, and they don't all have the same opinion, which should not surprise you. And so I don't really know. There are so many discoveries that were made here. How do you pick which one's most important? Certainly the most famous one was Hubble and the expanding universe and the distance to the galaxy. Whether or not that was most important, I will leave for other people to judge.
Was for the 60-inch.
Oh, just for the 60-inch?
Just for the 60, yeah.
Oh, just for the 60.
That would be Shapley's.
Yeah, most likely Shapley's discovery of the Milky Way Galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Walter Adams used this telescope to kind of discover and invent the method of spectroscopic parallax, where you can use stellar spectra to derive a brightness, and from the brightness compared to the apparent brightness get a distance. But certainly the big one for this telescope would be Harlow Shapley and the Milky Way. And as for the best image, I don't know, you looked at the images a lot more than I did. What do you think is the best image?
Well, those would be the images that Richie took, and he would. We actually got a box about a year or two ago that someone sent us, and it had Richie's original plate holder.
Oh wow!
The plate carrier, you know, the glass plates were about 3 by 5 inches.
Mm-hmm.
But Richie specially designed these plates so that he could lock onto a guide star through a little sort of a microscope eyepiece, and he would spend 3 or 4 nights just picking the best seeing of each night, and he would accumulate photons onto a glass plate, and he had the patience of a god.
Yeah.
So Richie's very first image was with the 60-inch. He took on Christmas Eve, 1908, and he went to the Orion Nebula, and that's sort of the gold standard of astrophotography. That's what you want to test your telescope on.
Yeah.
And Richie, it turns out, was a big fan of previous astrophotographers, particularly Andrew Common, who lived in London. And Andrew Common took the first known astronomic photograph that showed stars that you couldn't see with the human eye. But Common's photograph of the Orion Nebula was sort of really famous, and that's what Richie really wanted to take with this telescope. And it's a beautiful image. I don't know if you showed it before with a bunch of his other images.
May be able to find it. Let me see.
Yeah, but it's quite nice.
George Richie.
It is indeed a pretty amazing image.
So Scott, if you'd like to take a break, we're going to take a little tour here of the 60-inch.
Okay.
And give people a break from looking at stars bouncing around the field here.
Okay. All right.
And we'll go down, see Hubble's locker and the rest of the stuff down below, and maybe the Wright Ascension room here, just as a comparison with the 100-inch.
Okay.
Just so you can see how ginormous the 100-inch is compared to the 60 anyway. So I will let
All right, so I will.
We're gonna, when we come back, we'll come back to Mars, okay?
Okay, that sounds great. How much time do you want?
How much time do you want to show around? You want half an hour, 45 minutes?
Oh, half an hour is good.
Half an hour is good, a little more. So
We'll go
we
take a
we
40-minute
can keep
break.
going. We're portable here, so
Yeah, that's true. All right.
so we can
Folks,
just segue into, we can take the image down and
Okay.
walk down below. I'll turn on some lights and we'll go down there.
Okay.
And you can show off the images down there if you want to look at.
Here you go, folks. That's what you've been looking through.
Did you want to take this?
I don't know, I'm not, you know,
This is good.
Okay.
This is excellent.
this is the Thompson Roberts show here.
So now I just need to switch around. Is that looking okay?
Yeah.
Oh, he put us on break.
Well, you put us on a break.
Oh, we're not on break yet.
No, we're not. We don't need a break. We're just we're going to take a break from observing, but we're going to show you guys around.
Yeah, we're
All
not
right.
stopping.
Okay. No problem.
Can we stop an intermission? I hope so.
Well,
There we go. Okay.
Scott has control of everything.
So
This
I'm
is
going to
like,
play around with the focus. If you
All right.
guys
I
wanna-
play God back here. So that's
Okay,
right.
we're gonna strip down below. Okay.
Okay, is the camera playing this way or this way?
I don't know. Which way is it?
well, can you see me?
We can see you perfectly.
It's pointing.
Okay, all right.
So don't fall down the stairs while you're walking with the camera.
Okay.
All we need is.
Yeah. Just keep talking, and so the camera is still on you.
Okay. All right. I will never shut up. How's that?
That's good.
Okay. So we're down here. The fans are running just so we'll have a flow of air and in the dome. So we have a laminar flow, and helps prevent dome seeing. This is over here. Okay. We need better light.
So this is Richie's Orion Nebula photograph we have on the wall.
We're getting a
So it's kind of
just yeah, you're just reflecting.
Oh, there it is. That's George Ritchie's M42.
it's not showing up too well, but
Yeah, this wasn't built for Hollywood lighting. Lighting is anathema around here, so we don't invest a lot in it.
It still looks good to me.
Okay, so here is, well, we can use your light, Tim. So this is the locker wall, and we have Joy and Hubble and Babcock and somebody, Pettit and Olin Wilson and his brother, and Fritz Zwicky, character, and several others that their names are gone, but Minkowski. So it's kind of the who's who of astrophysics up here. So we'll just say, should we look at what's inside of Hubble's locker?
Let's look at the Hubble locker a little bit more closely.
Oh my gosh,
Let's go to the Hubble locker.
it's him. The double Hubble. So this was a Griffith Observer magazine, for a decade or so, more than that, but it was, yeah, it is. But everybody kept opening this. We thought we'd have the Hubble look back at them, so that's why we put this in here as an exhibit. So anyway, so I think we can see some of the other images here a little bit better. This lighting. I don't know.
They're showing up. There's a glare on them.
Yeah, there's the.
let's see if you can look at the triangulum that I talked about earlier.
Let's get this angle right here. We can get on.
Yeah.
So here's the triangulum that Richie took, and you can actually see the spiral arms with stars.
So yeah, that looks like a galaxy to me. I can see stars there for sure.
So this was taken in 1910, and
to me, that's proof that these things are galaxies.
Yeah.
This one over here I really like because it's mostly empty space. And this is the sunflower galaxy.
It's beautiful.
They just don't show up well on the.
Yeah, our lighting here is not spectacular. This one isn't too bad.
This is M31, the central pulse.
So that's M31. This is through the 60-inch. That's pretty good. That was taken at f5, so it's a much wider field that we're using right now at f16. Just to peruse around here. Sorry, I don't want to give you, but this is the.
This thing, I know what this is. It was made for infrared observing on the 60-inch. The guy whose name I can't remember now came here from UC Berkeley.
Yeah, that's it. This one here, the short one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I thought it was this whole thing.
No, this right here, this whole cage. This one, not this one.
Yeah.
So anyhow, this is where Richie did a lot of his work from Newtonian focus. So we have all the glass, we have it kept away, but this will still fit on the 60-inch, and we could do wide field imaging if we had a chip big enough up at Newtonian focus, because it's all here, all still fits.
Wow.
And I don't think we have glass plates that big anymore, but that's kind of the scale that they were working on at some point. And so that's why F5 was so useful. They were taking huge plates through instruments like this.
Huge.
I could see the Mars.
Okay. All right. Cool. So we're going to go up to the right ascension gear room. Chris is going to slew the telescope, so we'll see the whole gear in action. We'll see everything in action. I really haven't seen it myself because I'm usually at the console and I don't get to see the neat stuff. It's like kind of like being on a ship. In fact, most of this was built in a shipyard.
Right.
It even smells like the inside of a ship with the lube oils and so forth. So if you remember the right ascension gear in the 100-inch, we were just at this position, we were just seeing just the bottom segment of it. Okay, here we are running. And
now there's two gears. What is the second?
Well, the other one was a coarse slew back in the day when they didn't have these servo motors. They used one electric motor to do the coarse slewing to an object, usually ahead of it. And then when it got to position, they would lock in the right ascension gear to track. Right now, we do every operation. We move and track with the RA gear, the big one here.
I see.
This thing, a clutch they used to.
Yeah, this was a clutch. And I was back here in 1962 when Tommy Craig was an astronomer here. I was in high school.
Okay.
He gave us a tour, and there was, at that time, there was a big lever in the middle of the floor and a big, looked like a captain's wheel on a ship. I don't know what the function was, but basically it was a way to declutch these two gears, this one and this one, with this mechanism here. But you can see there's a curve in here.
Yes.
Okay, so that disengaged the two gears so that when they had a track, when they were tracking, they could disengage this coarse slew gear and do the trackings. But that's how it was done in the age. And this is the setting circle for it. I don't think we can read it, but you can see the vernier. Oops, see the vernier scale here.
Yes.
I can't really.
So there would be an astronomer or a telescope operator down here.
No, actually, they had through the floor. There was a periscope that was focused on.
Wow.
It was focused on this, this vernier scale here, and they would look down here and they could tell where they were pointed, and engage the tracking gear.
You actually saw those on the controls at the 100H. You might not have recognized them for what they are.
I saw those kind of elbow.
Yeah. So this was the periscope. This the declination setting circle was up above. That gear is up above too. So they didn't have to hire an extra night assistant to look at the gear anyway.
Right.
So this is we still have the lube system. This is a drip system.
Yeah.
If you're from a farm back in the Midwest somewhere, this is what they had on tractors and other farm equipment was just drip oil, lost oil. It goes in one side and drips out the other.
That's so cool. It's still in very nice condition.
It is, yes. And we have our tool set here.
Still have the original tools.
Yeah, because
I remember, it seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys have had to read polar alignment or make corrections to polar alignment.
Not in my tenure yet. I've been here 18 years, and if they did it, I didn't know about it. Mm-hmm. But right now, it tracks so well, it points so well, I'm not going to mess with it.
Right.
But we can do it by hand. That's how you do it.
Yeah, you would have to be right, exactly. So this would take a much stronger men than me, even just to lift this wrench, let alone turn something.
You show the work gears.
So
You think it's okay if I rotate them?
yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah, it won't bother us down here. So yeah, this is the cabling system for the electrical. So it's equal pay on the east and west side for the electrical and control systems.
Yeah.
We've had to we have to replace these regularly. They just they don't make them anymore, so we have to rewrap them. So it's about 2 weeks worth of work per wire, per cable anyway. So
wow.
Again, we have the same system here that we put in the 100 inches also in this. That's the, I'm gonna just grab those handles, Tim. Never mind, just don't lick the contacts the other way. There we go. So this is the control system again. So it's, this was the original one we put in here. We liked it so much, we put the same thing in the 100 inch. So this is serving us well. It's should for many, many years. And it was a worthwhile investment. And again, our thanks to our volunteers who just spent weeks, months, designing and installing this. And it's fairly maintenance free. So we have, so anybody who comes in the future, we have a wiring diagram. They know exactly what they're doing. They don't have to look through drawers or on the hard drive somewhere to find out what things where things are hooked up at. So we'll go back up. Unless you guys have anything else down here. Okay.
A couple of questions.
Yeah.
Jenny Strojan says that you should go upstairs and show them the big wrench.
The big wrench. Oh, that is the big. She doesn't remember how big it is. Okay, all right. So we need a human scale here. So I think that's it. We just don't get the appreciation of how big it really is.
Oh,
so here's Robert picking up. So
Yeah, it
there.
didn't quite.
Is that a big wrench?
That's
there
a
you
big
go.
wrench. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
That's
big.
Jenny. If that's Jenny, is that the one?
Jenny, do you think that's the one? I don't know. She's not responding yet.
Everyone tries to pick it up.
Everyone tries. Few people do.
Yeah.
I let the young guys do it.
So, a question: when they polar aligned the telescope, how did they do it? They couldn't see Polaris, right? So.
No, they would have to have somebody, looking through the scope, and we have where this thing's pointing here. I'm trying to find out where the lens is here. Okay. We have, this is for elevation. There's on 4 corners here.
Yeah.
And another adjustment down here for laterally, that would be east and west.
Yeah.
And there's one on each corner, one set of these. I guess you would have to at least loosen one to tighten another.
Yeah.
And maybe 4 of them, and just to do these in tandem. So it must be, and I don't know what the actual procedure is. So, but it must take a long time to do this.
Jenny says
I
there's
know why we have big wrenches.
So, even I don't care how big a wrench you have. this is still a lot of work.
Oh yeah.
So I think it would have to be a coordination between somebody. Of course, now with a camera, you could put that on the telescope and then monitor it from down here. Something they couldn't do before.
That's
So
right.
when we do it again next time, we'll be sure and have a CMOS camera hooked up, and we'll know where we're pointed.
That's right.
Any other questions?
Well, Martin Eastburn is saying, just commenting, he says, big machine oil drip, fill with oil and come back days later. Built in a shipyard, sounds like it.
Yep, all this was built in a shipyard. This was in San Francisco, it was built.
Pekka, who's in Stockholm, says, from now on, I'm never going to swear when I'm polar aligning.
Okay. Okay, I'll swear for you.
If we ever have to polar align, we'll do it for you.
Oh, and
Well,
just
I
so you
think
know,
that after the Northridge earthquake that they polarized.
Yeah.
So every time we have an earthquake in California, our whole mountain moves by some small amount.
Yeah.
Some earthquakes have moved us a little more than others, but yeah, Mount Wilson is not staying in the same place.
Getting higher, and I don't know if we're going east, west, or north right now. Probably north.
There is a precision GPS unit up here, and I've got the web page for it, so I can give you the URL.
Okay, we'll find out how we've moved in the last.
We're on the Pacific plate here, so we're sliding northwest towards San Francisco.
I see. So this whole mountain must be attached to bedrock, I would imagine. Is that right?
It is. It actually is a geosyncline.
Oh, it's just a massive piece of granite.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it extends under the LA basin from the ocean up, and it's a continuous formation up from under LA. And in the bed beneath it, I think, is where the LA Basin aquifer is, which is about 30,000 feet deep under Los Angeles.
Oh wow! Okay.
So that's our main source of water for LA, at least well water anyway.
Yes.
You can
Wow.
see this
The telescope is beautiful. It is. An incredible engineering feat. Someone else did ask too, do you give special engineering tours?
Yes, we do. And the people who designed all this equipment that I showed you here, they're the one who give the tours. So they know firsthand about the operation and what they put in and what was here before.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have the Fairbanks Morse DC generator that was here, was the power source to charge batteries on the mountain to run all of the equipment up here. They start that up. It's a 2-cylinder gasoline Fairbanks Morse. And it's a wonderful thing just to see operating. It's amazing. it's amazing. It's a big piece of machinery, and it's very unique sounding when it runs. It's just a pop, 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 pop.
Yeah.
Jenny and Jim know this. They've been up here.
1911. I'm trying to remember the years.
Yeah, I think we was put in 1911.
Wow.
So it's still running. They restored it, and it still runs.
Still runs.
We don't use it. We use Edison now, not the generator. So
sure.
Edison, we have to pay Edison instead of a gasoline bill for the generator.
That's beautiful. The workmanship is incredible still. I mean, and it's a testament to all the care and imagination and skill that went into making this instrument. So
I know, and we're here 100 some years later, and it's still working like a charm. And it just shows they built this to last a lifetime, really several lifetimes, and this could be. I think this is great for future generations because this is a link to our past. This is how they did it. This is how we got where we are now. I won't call these crude machines. They were very refined, and I think even the machining now is really. I'm just looking at. I don't know if you can see these grooves that were cut here by hand.
Oh yeah.
But they are gorgeous. It's a work of art. I mean, I know it's engineering, but it is beautiful too.
Yes. There is a question. Somebody wanted to know, does the 60-inch and the 100-inch, I guess for both of them, have or use counterweights?
They use, it's called a preload for, just to keep the gears weighted to one side. In fact, we should have the cable over here. I don't think it's a counterweight. There are balancing weights on the itself, but this cable and gear here are actually a preload on the drivetrain that keep attention to the west.
I see.
Just so that we're working always under tension on the gear, that it's not free floating and trying to find the side of the gear to be on. So it's always constantly on one side of the gear. So it minimizes the periodic error.
Yes. Well, many people want to come and see the observatories. One of them is a professional television cameraman. He wants to come in and film this place. I think you guys charge for that, but that's
well,
okay.
Depends. We can work out a deal if he wants to. If we could use it as a promotional piece, we can swing a deal.
Yeah, yeah.
That's I'm qualified to do that. I have the authority, so he can contact me. I'll be happy to entertain something like that. So we're going to go back up and see if we have Mars in the telescope.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
That's a nice little break there to go and see the telescope. No one has asked this question in the audience here, but I have been asked this question before. They asked me if Mount Wilson is haunted.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. There's one of the ghosts there, and that's George Willis Ritchie. Tell me he isn't.
There he is. He does look a little ghostly there. Yeah.
He does. Okay. And I think he's here. I really do.
Huh.
I will admit this. I'm not a superstitious person per se,
right.
But I have felt a cold chill in here all alone here at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. closing this scope up, and wondered what it was.
Right.
And it may be George Willis here.
There were a couple of nights when I was at the 100-inch. I was watching Kirk Palmer run the HK. And we heard walking.
Oh.
It sounded very distinctly like walking. And I said, Kirk, what is that? I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about I don't like to talk about it. Okay, so we have, we're going to look up here. I don't think we can see out the dome quite. It's not picking up, but we're pointed at Mars.
Oh, I could see, yeah, I could see the.
And so I'm going to come around to our screen here. And by gum, we have Mars. It looks pretty good too.
It is nice.
So, yeah. So we're going to switch to our imaging camera.
Okay.
So you know how to do that.
So,
okay.
you share screen.
Yep.
And then, because we have two versions of the Infinity, you want to go for the one that doesn't have all the controls on it.
Okay.
Since we have nothing else to do with it.
Wow, look at that. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Lots of detail. It looks like you can see a little tiny bit of the polar cap.
I'm going to get rid of the light here so we can see that better. Oh, that I don't know, but it's yeah. Can't be more than like 1 AU from Earth, I should think. It's just
Wow, that's spectacular.
about 1 AU, something like that. I didn't check the setting, so I don't know how far away it is tonight. But yeah,
So
you
it's,
see quite a bit.
yes, looking a little more gibbous than it has in past.
Yeah. Does anyone know enough about the terrain to know exactly what we're seeing?
I would have to look it up in Sky Safari. I will do that.
Chris is going to look it up in Sky Safari, but there must be somebody out there watching you right now who knows Mars, and now is the time for them to speak up.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. Richard Lighthill wants to know if we're at, I know that we're not at Newtonian focus. Are we at Cassegrain position right now?
Yes, we're at the North Bent Cassegrain at F16.
F16, okay.
Since there is no hole in the middle of this mirror or this 100-inch mirror, Cassegrain doesn't go through the mirror like you're used to on the scopes we use today. There's a tertiary mirror that picks off the light and sends it off to the side, and so it's called a bent Cassegrain instead of a straight Cassegrain. But it's the same thing, it's just a flat mirror that moves the light.
All right, let's see what Sky Safari
Focal
says.
length is 24,384 millimeters.
I think our bandwidth is a little low because this image on the iPad doesn't look nearly as good as. Oops, sorry.
I don't know if Char is observing tonight.
Do they have scopes open?
Oh, they do, okay.
Wow, the scene really pops in really nice sometimes. It's great.
Yeah.
This is what makes Mount Wilson so famous.
When it's good, it's the best that you can get.
That's true.
But when it's bad.
That's right. Well, like every place else, when it's bad, it's bad.
It was good. It was very, very good. When it was bad, it was bad. Okay. I don't know how to pronounce this, but I think the major feature on the left is Terra Sabea.
Okay.
The rather dark part, and Sky Safari is not giving me much more. Oh, and in the middle is Tirrena Terra. These just look like probably highlands, the mountainous regions. I have to admit, I don't know Mars nearly as well as I know anything else because we so seldom looked at it because it was usually very far away.
So far away, we don't bother them.
Yeah, None of the things like Olympus Mons or anything like that, I don't think are in view at the moment. So it's now, if we could see it, the guess is that the southern
This is
southern
this up here.
caps? Yeah, the southern cap. We could see the southern caps if the scene was better, maybe, but they're small. Oh my god, they got really small. Yeah.
What's the exposure time here?
Oh, this is the lowest we have. It's 0.05 milliseconds.
5 milliseconds.
Yeah, and the gain is way, way, way down. So this is as low as it goes.
Yeah, this is probably not the best camera for a bright planet, because it's just too sensitive, and it's the exposure isn't really slow enough. It really overexposes everything, even at its quickest speed.
Right. We think it's beautiful.
When we're doing regular eyeball observing, when we look at Jupiter or Saturn, I always bring my polarized shades with me because the image is so bright. It actually looks better and I advise people, bring your shades and use them when you're looking at it, because the image is too bright otherwise. That's what 60 inches does for you.
Tim, I think it was you that taught me this on this telescope to look through, to squeeze your hand and look through like a little pinhole through your fist.
Yeah, that sounds like a Norm Vargas trick.
Yeah. Yeah, that was amazing. I have taught that to many people.
Yeah.
Thank you for showing me how to do that.
Tom did image Mars, I think a few days after opposition.
Yeah.
And we have that image on our homepage of the website, and that was with the 60-inch. And you can actually see some craters on Mars in that image. So it's pretty amazing.
On the mountwilson.edu site?
Yeah, if you scroll down on the homepage, you'll see the Mars image that Tom took. When was that? In September? Yeah. Right before the fire?
Right after the fire.
After the fire.
Yeah, right after the fire.
That's an incredible shot. Look at that. 5 days after opposition, its closest approach to Earth until 2035. Blake Estes. He did a great job. Look at that. You can see clouds, ice cap, detail in the ice cap.
Like it's a high-class.
Super. It's super.
We actually had firefighters looking through the telescope during the fire, didn't we?
Yes.
It looks like you can see a volcanic crater.
Yes.
Must be Olympus Mons, I guess.
Yeah,
huh?
I think it is.
It's huge. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, we just don't have the right side of Mars facing us this time. Or I should say the
We'll
correct
take the
side.
side we can get.
Yeah. During the Bobcat fire, as was the case during the station fire, when wind blew the smoke away and we weren't risking the optics, we opened up this telescope and the firefighters looked through it while they were fighting the fire. And it worked. On both occasions, they have a stake in protecting it when they know what it is that they're protecting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we figured that if they knew the value and I guess the worth to people who love this place and who both historically and actively now for what we do, that it was a worthy cause. And so we've made a lot of friends among the firefighters. We showed this to quite a few, and we have open invitations for them to come back when they're not fighting fires. And in California, they still are, it seems. So when we get open in the springtime, I have a list of the fire companies, at least here in the local area, that can come by and have a look. So we're going to invite them when we open again in the spring.
Wow.
Just a few days ago, we had a hot spot burning near the monastery from a fire that started on September 6th. It's still burning in places.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's gone. The fire has gone underground. The root systems and even the cores of trees that look good on the outside could be burning on the inside. And when there's wind, Santa Ana winds pick up, it gets enough oxygen and fans them up to where they start smoking and sometimes reignite.
Crazy.
So until we get a good rain, a good heavy snow or something like that, this fire is going to be active until it's really, really doused with water.
Yeah.
I think coal mine fires are extreme examples. Some of them have been burning for over 100 years, just smoldering slowly under the ground. There's not much you can do about it.
It's crazy. That's a wonderful image of Mars.
I think it's a little more stable down this side of the sky.
Yeah.
I don't see the image. Whoop, I don't know what that was, but like I said, I don't see the image moving that much.
No, it looks like it's punched out of the sky. It looks great. Yeah, you would have to have extraordinary seeing conditions to be that stable for a 60-inch mirror, you know.
It's a big one too.
Yeah.
We're going to try NGC 891,
Okay.
which I always think looks like a hamburger through the 60-inch, but it has a prominent dust lane in it. So we're going to try and have a look at that if people are still interested in hanging around.
There was a question about how much water that you keep up on the mountain in those tanks.
Okay, all right. We keep, after renovation that was financed by LA County, we restored our in-ground water tank. It's a cistern to 530,000 gallons. That's for fire suppression. In addition to that, we have another 140 to 160,000 gallons in our potable tank. And the Forest Service maintains another tank for the broadcasters for another part of the mountain that has 270,000 gallons. So there's quite a bit of water up here if we need it.
Gallons of water up there.
Yeah, the fire companies were amazed that we had that much water up here. They didn't know that we had this much water waiting for them just to hook up to. So yeah, I think it played a big part in saving us and keeping us, harm-free during the whole episode, which if you recall, came and hit us from 1, 2, 3 sides in succession.
Oh yeah, I was watching it on the live cams up,
Yeah, so I was the only thing I could do was stay home and monitor our tower, the HP Ren cameras, and pick up MP4s and put them on our social media. Which I think at one point I had 968,000, a post reach of 968,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it was a topic of interest, and I hate to say it, it helped put us on the map, but for the wrong reason. But it got people's attention, and I guess that's good since we came out well.
Yes.
We should have fires all the time.
No, we shouldn't.
One of our viewers, George Ellery Hale, says not much chance of large fires in Scotland. Too much rain, but we don't worry too much about it because that's the ingredients coming down to make our whiskey and beer.
Okay, so it probably puts mold on the telescopes too, huh?
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
It's going to be real hard to hear anything once the dome moves.
Okay, we're going to be moving the dome, so it's going to be noisy here in a second.
Okay.
Hold on.
That's all right.
So you can listen to our precision dome. The squeaking you hear is contactors on bus bars we have. This is a DC 125 volts DC operation, and we try to keep that tension against those rods really tight so they don't spark and arc. It have an electrical show in the dome. So,
Right.
so they squeak when they move, and we'll take that over arcing and sparking.
We were talking about Mike Simmons earlier in this program, and he's actually watching right now.
Okay. Hi, Mike.
Yep.
Yo, Mike.
So, Mike, you have to come up here and see what we've done with the snow. You'll really appreciate it. Snow is the solar telescope we have here, horizontal scope. It was the first permanent instrument up here, and we did a lot of work restoring a lot of the structure. It was structurally very dangerous, so we got a grant to do some improvements. Robert here has been. He's been like kind of real shy with a spray. We're spray painting it right now.
The worst thing you can ever do is use epoxy paint.
Yeah. It's the hardest thing in the world to work with.
Oh, it's terrible.
Mike Simmons says he can't wait to get back up there. So.
But we took the coelostat for the solar telescope down to bare metal. It had maybe 3 or 4 layers of paint from people who never bothered to paint it right, I guess. But it just took so much work to get all those complex surfaces clear to paint.
Yeah.
And I learned to use a needle gun, which is a truly amazing invention for removing paint from metal.
A needle.
If anyone ever has to clean a ship off, get a needle gun.
Or hire Robert.
Yeah. I think they need to paint the USS Hornet again, so.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
People want to know what exactly is a needle gun.
Oh, well, I didn't know what one was until I started using it on this project. It uses compressed air, and it's the end of the tool has about, I'd say, a dozen or more long metal rods. They're about 8 inches or so, and they're made out of softer metal than the steel, so they don't really damage the metal at all.
Yeah.
But each rod will independently hammer at the paint, and it knocks the paint right off. You know, it's I pictured having to remove the paint with grinders and, you know, those wire brush, rotating wire brushes.
Oh yeah.
But the needle gun really knocks the paint right off and doesn't damage the surface at all.
That's great.
So this was a trick I brought up here from working on fishing boats for 20 some years, and having been on the back end of one for many yards of fishing boat hull.
Oh.
So if you're in the fishing industry, it may help with astronomy eventually.
There you go. So
that's right.
There are transferable skills everywhere.
Now, it looks like we see 2 stars. 3 stars.
We are actually pointing at it, but we're kind of not picking it up.
I see like a ring. I see a ring around a star. It looks like, or a bubble, something like that.
Yeah, it might be too faint, really, to get a good view of in this camera.
So what you see is the dark. What you see is the dust. You don't see it's not picking up.
One of our listeners or viewers actually has a needle gun.
Excellent. Aren't they fun?
Oh wow, yeah, you can definitely see an arc or something.
Yeah, we're seeing the dust lane but the camera can't pick up the rest of the galaxy. So we see background noise with the dust lane in the way.
Uh-huh.
So it's very peculiar. Your eyeball has a much
star is
better.
actually the center of the galaxy then,
I
correct?
think so. Your eyeball has a much better dynamic range, and you can sort of see something in the eyepiece if we had an eyepiece in there.
Sure.
But the camera isn't doing as good a job.
And then there's something down at the bottom right as well. But I definitely see a light arc around the central bright area.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's too good. Yeah. What are your exposures at the moment?
Well, maybe the arc is an artifact. Maybe there's a reflection or something.
Hard to say. We're 20-second exposures at the moment.
Yeah. Because now the bright star has moved away.
You know, if I look at it on an angle,
yeah,
like this.
And it looks like there is something.
It's a huge.
Oh well.
Towards the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, it's worth a try.
Heck yeah, it's worth a try.
Yeah.
Now that you call it a hamburger, I see it.
Yeah. I think it's there barely.
Mm-hmm.
Are they tweaking it? Yeah, you have to find something nearby that looks better.
We are going to go to Uranus, so we'll see what we see there.
Okay.
Okay, we're close here.
Okay.
Why is the planet square?
Wow.
It's a little overexposed.
Oh,
There we go. There we go. Wow.
So this is going to be one of those cases probably where we can look at the planet or we can see if we can find some moons.
Yeah, this is cool. Definitely see some color here.
Yeah. You can remember from the Voyager images that both Uranus and Neptune have that characteristic blue color.
Yes.
And that's because of methane in the atmosphere that absorbs the red end of the light and leaves the blue to come out.
Hmm.
And we're centering it now.
Sure.
So you don't need to worry about Uranus suddenly flying off through space. That's not happening. Maybe it did just fly off.
Maybe we just lost it. There it is. It's pretty centered.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Now, I suppose visually you might be able to see its moons, right?
I think we have an overexposure. Software. So I don't see any moons right now. I don't know if we can go looking for any or not.
Uh-huh.
We'll try to adjust the focus a little. Unfortunately, Uranus doesn't have features like Mars, so it's pretty much a featureless blue thing.
Mm-hmm. So this was discovered by Sir William Herschel. He first observed Uranus on the 13th of March, 1781, leading to its discovery as a planet, expanding the known boundaries of the solar system for the first time in history, and making Uranus the first planet classified as such with the aid of a telescope. So this first telescopic discovered planet.
Your tablet just went into low battery mode.
Oh, I see. Yeah, these might be moons, right? Down towards the bottom?
That could be. The tablet we're using here just went into low battery mode, so I can't see.
Oh, did it? Okay.
So yeah, we have two moons, and we're just trying to find out which ones they are.
Yeah, there are two moons just below it.
Place to plug it in.
There will be. How long? I don't think your cord's long enough. let me get a. Bring it over to the side of the.
So Uranus is also the coldest planet in the solar system. Tropopause is minus 224 C to minus 371 or minus 371 Fahrenheit, that's cold. And there are 27 known natural satellites of Uranus.
Yeah, when Herschel,
We're seeing like Titania and Ariel. Those are the two, look like the two brighter ones.
yeah,
Those are chocolate.
yeah. When Herschel discovered it, he named it after King George.
At the top, look.
Yeah.
There are 5 major moons. Umbriel, Miranda, Ariel, Titania. I don't see the rings. They're very faint.
Good luck.
Yeah, but certainly one of the moons here that we're seeing is Triton. It's the largest moon.
Titania and Oberon are up above.
I see. That's very nice. Yeah, you're not going to see this through your amateur telescope.
Yeah. And that's Umbriel and Ariel down at the bottom.
Mm-hmm. Might be able to photograph it, maybe. What's our exposure like right now?
1 second.
1 second you're getting
Yeah,
this.
we're overexposing to get the moons.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So it's only been visited once, and that was by Voyager 2 in 1986. I think that JPL wants to go back. That's great. Look at that. Very sharp. Miranda should be, someone in the audience is saying, should be just to the left-hand side of the planet, washed out though in the picture.
Yeah.
Might be there, yeah.
It's right in the diffraction spike.
Oh, I see. It pokes out every once in a while.
Yeah, there's a diffraction spike that's covering it.
Mm-hmm. Someone send a shout out to the awesome camera operator in the background, please. They are on it, listening to the stream and right there with answers. You guys are awesome.
I'll tell. Excuse me.
Mike Simmons says, just rotate the telescope tube. Get those diffraction spikes out of the way.
Yeah, we're going to try to rotate the telescope, right? So we're looking for another object to go to. We'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to take just a little break myself, but I know that you'll be seeing new stuff in the IP soon, or the camera soon. If you're just now tuning in, you are watching the Explore Alliance special presentation of Mount Wilson Observatory live. You're seeing the planet Uranus and 4 of its moons live through the 60-inch telescope. If you've been watching, share our stream here. We're at 98 shares right now. We're trying to get up to 100. I just need 2 more shares to hit 100 shares. It's in this way that we do outreach. Oh yeah, I do see Miranda right there, right beside the spike. The scene's really excellent right now at Mount Wilson. Scott, could you ask them if university students are using these scopes for their research? There is something called the Curea program. Mike Simmons has led many of these programs. When they come back to the scope here, we'll.
Okay, I'm back. We're going to go to another planetary, NGC 1501, that we haven't seen before, so it's going to be a first for us as well.
1501. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So there was a question?
Yeah, they want to know if there's a university student program at Mount Wilson.
There's an undergrad during the summer, a 2-week program.
Yeah.
And we weren't able to do it last year because of the fire. We're looking to do it again this year. It's been called Curea in the past. That's Consortium for Undergraduate Research Astronomy, but we're relabeling it to some other acronym that's a lot more friendly. So, but the same program is going to be probably in August next year, all things considered, COVID-wise. And we'll have information on our website regarding applications for that program.
So we're going to NGC 1501, is that right?
That's right.
So this is also called the Oyster Nebula.
Okay. Whoops.
This is a complex planetary nebula in the constellation Camelopardalis, discovered in 1787 by William Herschel.
How come William Herschel discovered everything?
He must have
Yeah,
had a
he
lot
already
of time.
found it.
He must have
That
had a lot
dude
of
was
time with a good
out a
telescope.
lot.
If anybody named Herschel applies for a job up here, we're hiring him.
Hire him immediately. Oh, yeah. Now, what's interesting is he did a lot of his I think he did a lot of his observations from Great Britain, right?
Oh yeah, he did most of them from his home there in England, his backyard astronomer.
Right. So he's got all these discoveries. All of my friends in Great Britain, in the UK, complain of how cloudy it is all the time. So this guy had to be super diligent.
They're just not taking maximum advantage of their clear sky time. I mean, Lord Ross had his 72-inch in Ireland, and Ireland's not exactly like sunny Southern California either.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That was a difficult telescope to use.
Very, yes.
He had like, I met the guy that revamped the Leviathan telescope, and he was talking about the speculum mirrors that they used back in the day. I think he had 7 mirrors, and they had to replace the mirror out of the telescope like every 2 or 3 weeks, something like that. In a matter of weeks, they had to replace it, and because they would oxidize, you know, the shiny surface would start to oxidize. So.
And they were super heavy too. Glass mirrors are a lot lighter.
Oh my gosh, that's true.
Do you know what shape the telescope is in now? Does it actually move? And
from what I understand, it's in good shape and usable. I think David Levy had visited the observatory and might have been able to look through it.
wow.
Well, I got some pictures of it from the 7th Lord Ross, whom I had to get in touch with because there was some debate over its optical configuration. And indeed, he said it was Newtonian and not Herschelian, although I think it was designed to be usable as a Herschelian. It was used as a Newtonian.
I see.
And there are pictures of it, so it looks like it's, I thought it was being dismantled in the early 1900s, but they seem to have remantled it.
They did redo it. The guy that did the mirror for that telescope owns a company called Zico, and they make a polishing system that's computerized where they use the polishing surface is a bonnet of Kevlar, and their system allows you to do real-time interferometry while you're polishing. And so they were polishing segments. I guess they were one of the people that was involved in the ELT, and they were polishing a segment that they let me go and see the segment being polished while they were doing interferometry. The interferometer went up like, I don't know, 2 or 3 stories up, and it was a vertical interferometer. And behind it looked like mission control, where these guys were all controlling the computer and the polishing and all the rest of it. It was pretty amazing.
It has a glass mirror now, I
see,
presume.
yeah, this is big. I believe that we're seeing it. I think so. I think we need more exposure.
Yeah.
But I believe that we're seeing it. I think it's fairly large.
Yeah, it looks like it. We're bumping it up to 20-second exposure.
Okay.
It looks like we can see something, but it's almost like that galaxy. It's kind of.
Yeah, we're seeing the central star.
Yeah.
And you can see nebulosity around it. There you go.
Yeah, it's pretty faint, but you can see it.
It's faint and it's big. Yeah.
We're fighting the background sky. You asked about light pollution before. Well, that's what we got.
It would be very interesting to see some narrowband imaging done with the 60-inch telescope.
Yeah.
We have astrophotographers that one guy that there are actually a couple of guys that I can think of right off the top. One of them is Chuck Ayub. He lives near downtown. I think he's 6 blocks away from downtown Detroit. Does all of his imaging from his backyard. His images in narrowband are incredible.
We're going to try to put a filter on this for a second here. We'll probably lose focus in the process, but we'll.
Okay.
So they're going to pull the camera out to put the focus on. I mean, the filter on.
That's cool. I don't see any vibration in the telescope.
We'll kick it.
That's because we froze the image.
Ah.
So Tim, how big is the white dwarf? Are they all kind of the same?
Yeah, white dwarfs, all of them are roughly the same size as the Earth, with roughly the same mass as the sun, maybe half, say half a solar mass, the size of the Earth. And so they're like ultra dense. And they're so dense that the matter in them is not normal matter. It's called degenerate matter, where the electron distributions around the atomic nuclei are deformed by the pressure.
Jeez.
So its thermal characteristics are different from normal matter. And one of the reasons that you get runaway supernova explosions is that degenerate matter does not expand when you increase the temperature the way normal matter would. It just sits there and gets hotter and hotter until it falls apart.
I'm still amazed that something the size of Earth can put out so much light that we can see it.
Yeah, it has. It's all leftover heat. It's not doing anything. It's not fusing. It's just hot. So when they form, they have 100,000 degree surfaces. It takes time to cool, long time. But we have an excellent jet black image.
Better, we'll see how tight the field of view is, because this is only about 1 arc minute in diameter. (4,240 light years away.
Did we filter out all the light?
It's looking like it.
Yeah, you have filtered out all the light.
Hey, we know how to filter up here, fella.
Let's try 1 minute. They want to know what kind of filter you're using.
What kind of filter are we using?
It's an opaque filter.
A black hole filter. It only reveals the blackest of the black.
So we'll chalk that up to a failure, and we'll just go back to a bare focal reducer.
Okay, we're going to take out the filter, which obviously filters out way too much. Are we still keeping people up all night all around the world?
Of course. That's what we do.
You gonna try another filter?
So it's about 8:30 where you guys are right now.
Yeah.
Right? December 4th. So let's see. What do we have coming up? We have setting in the west, the Ring Nebula. We have rising, the Crab Nebula.
Yeah, the crab you will have a hard time seeing in this scope because it's too big and its surface brightness is too low.
Too low.
If you look at it eyeball, you don't even see that it's there.
Mm-hmm. Any planetaries like in near Cassiopeia or Andromeda?
Oh, our software has crashed and we have to restart.
Okay.
So if our image went away, that's why.
I see. That's never happened to any amateur astronomer.
Oh, of course not. This is a first. We're going to write this in our journal.
The very
For
first
the first time in the history of humanity, astronomy software crashed. That's the biggest planisphere I think I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, here it is. I'm actually building a bigger one. This one's 24 inches in diameter. I'm building one that's 48 inches in diameter.
Dang.
Yeah. This one was done by Will Tyrion.
And I have to have one of those.
Make a handheld one. I'll send some out there to you guys at Mount Wilson.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
He's making one 48 inches in diameter.
My gosh, we won't need a telescope.
Yeah.
That's right.
Are you going to mass produce them, or is it a one-off?
This is a one-off that my marketing team, they surprised me with it. It was sitting in my office, they know I like such things. And so.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a market for such things if you actually made them.
But they're hard to mail.
Since it's, made, printed off one at a time, made one at a time, I'd have to charge quite a bit for it.
Yeah.
But I think a big one would actually go pretty well in the Mount Wilson Museum. What do you think?
Hey, if you want to send us one, we'll display it and we'll put your name on it.
My name's already on it.
Oh, okay.
Not my name, but the company name is on there.
Good enough.
I think a big 48-inch planisphere would be a nice, maybe you put it in the dome at the 60-inch or the 100-inch or something.
It's a great demo tool, and it's a great tool for using just like that. What is coming up anyway? Instead of running back to the computer, we can just whip the planisphere around. It's big enough for people to stand in front of it and look at it instead of all crowding around shoulder to shoulder.
Personally pay for it to have it displayed out there. If you guys have a way to display it.
You pay for it and we'll figure out a way to display it.
That's a deal. I'll do one. I'll do a 48-inch one for you guys.
Okay. What are we going to do next? So you know?
I'm trying to get anything.
First thing we're going to do is reboot, and then we'll decide what we're going to look at next.
Somebody wants to know, Dolly Thix wants to know, do you use stellarium?
Do we use stellarium?
We use everything.
They use everything. Jim Norwood says my planisphere has to be 60 inches, Scott. Durr. I don't have a 60-inch printer. I have a 48-inch wide printer. So they'll have to live with it.
Yeah, those big printers are a little on the expensive side.
Yes, they are.
Well, now they're making sure the cables are all plugged in the right place. It's been working for so long. Why would the cables be an issue?
No, we're resorting to witchcraft.
Witchcraft is now in there.
Well, you know, I went up on Mauna Kea back in '87, I guess it was, for on-site observing with a 24-inch bowler and chivens. And I don't think the operator really wanted to be up there. It's pretty cold. Mauna Kea, it's in middle of July. You need an Arctic parka up there.
Yeah.
We looked at a few objects, and then suddenly the telescope ran into some limit switch that the operator couldn't recover from and said, oh, well, we have to leave.
That's it.
So you never know.
I spent 4 days and 3 nights with no sleep during the '91 total eclipse of the sun. I got invited by the television program Nova on PBS. So I did the what they called eclipse of the century. I was the mount operator for that. And,
where were you?
I stayed up at the 14,000 foot level the entire time, and at the end of when the eclipse was over, I felt all the energy drained from my body. This is after I packed all my gear up. I had 3 mounts running, had hundreds of pounds of backup gear. They made me bring 3 layers of backup. You know, they said if it was electronic, it had to have 3 layers. So I had batteries, cables, drive correctors, all this stuff. Put all that stuff away. I stumbled into a car. They took me down to and then they put me in later after letting me sleep for a while. I don't know how long I was out. Put me into another car. I went down to Kona, and according to my wife, I slept over 21 hours straight.
Well, at eclipse time, I was 14,000 feet below you in the northeastern section of the island, under the clouds.
Oh,
and it was actually raining on us when we stopped.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The clouds parted like Moses, and we actually did see the eclipse.
Did you?
But
that's great.
people a short distance from us at the resort were clouded out.
They were clouded. I heard that.
Back online, going to Cleopatra's Eye.
We're going to Cleopatra's Eye next.
Ooh, that sounds exotic. Yeah, Richard Lighthill wants to know if I had O2 deprivation. Absolutely, I did. I was going up every 5 hours into the CFHT, Canadian French Hawaii Telescope, to get oxygen.
The one time I observed up there, I stayed at Halepahaku for 24 hours first. And I didn't have a problem going from 9,000 to the peak. But one of the observers who was there with me came straight from sea level up, and he wound up in the oxygen room after a while. So.
That's what I did. I went straight up, unloaded our containers, started drift aligning the mounts. It took me 3 nights to get them all drifted in because of the difference in weight between the 10-inch Schmidt Cassegrain I was drift aligning with and a 75-pound Airflix motion picture camera that was then put onto the mount after I drift aligned it. So I had to overshoot the mounts, let the flexure settle in for drift aligning.
So after doing all that work, aren't you now excited about doing that for every eclipse that happens?
Yeah. I did do it at, the cameras are lighter now. I did do it at the 2019 eclipse at CTIO with the Observatory group.
Yeah.
That was great. Well, I did part of it anyways. Bill Dean did, he was using his software to do the alignment with. I was his backup. I had a much easier job.
Well, if Mike Simmons is still logged in, I think he's been to every solar eclipse that's ever been since, like, Christ was born or something.
Yeah, Mike is writing right now. He says, I saw an eclipse from a 21,500 foot mountain in the Andes once. Oh my God. I did 15,005 for the eclipse, but I was on the mountain for 9 days, somewhere on the summit. No equipment though.
I
Yeah,
think his group was trying to set a high altitude record for observing an eclipse, and I don't know whether they actually did it or not.
yeah. I was young when I did, I was like 31 years old, and uh, it was um, it was beautiful though. It was surreal, because I'm up all night. You can't sleep at those altitudes. The oxygen deprivation keeps you from sleeping. This is probably what kills you. Is that you're too tired.
Yeah.
You you start making bad errors in judgment, and
I have had that experience, not at Mauna Kea, but I did stay overnight at Barcroft in White Mountains at
Oh, that's
13,000
fine.
feet.
Yeah,
And I couldn't sleep.
right.
Fortunately, I survived the drive down that mountain and slept in Bishop.
Yeah, thank God I didn't have to drive. There was no way I could have done it. But I knew something was wrong because right after the eclipse, after I packed everything away, I realized I couldn't feel either hand or either foot. We were completely numb.
It can be an issue if you're trying to drive. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Mike Simmons says, no, let's see. He says, no, Tim, I've only been to 8 total eclipses, I think. Jay Pasachoff has been to more than 30. This year, Jay and others who have been to everyone for a very long time are missing them because of COVID-19.
Yeah, that's kind of a bummer.
That's a bummer.
Last year, Jay Pasachoff was staying at Carnegie on a sabbatical, and I asked him if he had seen more eclipses than any other human, and I think it was the wrong question because he looked really annoyed. Apparently there's someone that has beaten him slightly, and he's still hoping to catch up.
I see.
So what are we doing now?
A lot.
That's high. We actually can see it.
30 eclipses, that's a lot.
Well, share the screen or whatever it is you do. So we are pointing at Cleopatra's Eye, and as soon as they figure out how to share the screen or whatever it is, there we go.
Well, we see it right now. And that you can definitely see.
Yeah.
You can see some red color too. Some pink.
Now you're sharing a bunch of graphics as well as the. Okay.
We are seeing part of a program,
Yeah.
something like
Yeah,
that.
you're seeing part of the widget control panel.
Okay.
They're working on it.
Okay.
You're seeing the dial-up screen.
Oh.
Mike Overacker says Fred Espenak has been to 42 eclipses, I believe.
Oh, is he the record holder?
I don't know.
Oh. Well, there's some people that measure it by time in totality, and so these people that fly around in planes during the eclipse rack up more time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's cheating.
Yes, it is.
Well, you were showing it for a minute. I don't know, but it's gone now. I had it. There was an image of it. Now it's gone again.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is.
Right.
We had it, and now it's gone again.
Yeah, we're trying to pick one.
Oh, it's an exposure.
Okay, so let's see.
So there's a star right next to it from the look of it.
Now, which object is this again?
Cleopatra's Eye.
Cleopatra's Eye.
How it got that name, I have no idea.
I don't think Cleopatra would have been very happy with this. This is NGC 1535.
It's got a star. One anyway.
It's described as a small, very high surface brightness object. It takes magnification extremely well. So for the best views, it's important to use as much magnification as the conditions will permit. Well, we've got very good seeing conditions, and according to this drawing that I see, it just looks like a blue dot. Okay, but here we're seeing detail.
Yeah.
It looks like you can see knots in the ring surrounding it.
Yeah.
Really cool. So this person writing this is, let me see if I see a name. Greg Crinclaw, developer of Sky Tools, okay? So when I inserted a 2x Barlow for another look, I was stunned. Here's my log from that night and a drawing of what I saw left. As it came into view, I was astonished, like seldom before. "Oh my God," I said out loud to the darkness. There is no visual observation. This was no visual observation of a planetary nebula. It was a photograph, very bright, with a non-stellar appearing central star with sharp edges, some dark surrounding this, then a bright, slightly oval ring, quite distinct. All of this embedded in a slightly oval, sparkling haze. This is a wonderful object that I felt I should have a memorable and descriptive name, so I dubbed it the Cleopatra's Eye, in reference to the oblong inner ring that surrounds the central star. It is gratifying that as a result of my original post many years ago, this name has found some acceptance in the visual observing community.
Yeah.
Good, cool.
Now we know where the name comes from.
We have accepted it here tonight.
Yeah, Mount Wilson is accepting it.
It's on our hits list.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
We were trying to do some live stacking, but as you saw, it kind of didn't quite work. It doubled up the image a couple of times.
This is a really great object for this telescope. Yeah, this is a very tiny planetary. I imagine some people might just think of it as a star if they saw it in their amateur instrument.
Yeah.
So what we're seeing is the brighter inner circle. There's a fainter shell outside of that.
It looks like you can see that fainter shell just barely.
Yeah,
as
you can barely see
in
it.
the background.
Yeah. The outer shell is about twice the diameter of the inner shell.
Yeah.
You could probably see a lot better if the moon wasn't causing problems now.
That's all right. I'm loving it just like it is.
I mean, you can probably see the outer shell.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, this is the Explorer Alliance special presentation of the Mount Wilson Observatory live, and we're looking through the 60-inch Mount Wilson.
It's pointed pretty low too, so we're looking through a lot of air.
Right. But look how steady, I mean, look how tiny the stars are. I mean, that's really steady skies. Are you guys tracking and stacking right now?
We're not stacking.
No?
You know what the exposure time is?
20 seconds.
So 20-second 8-bin exposures.
20 seconds.
We tried stacking a little while ago, but it doesn't have enough point sources to align.
Yeah, this is great. So NGC 1535. I don't know if I mentioned how far away it was or any of that.
No.
Let's see. This is in the constellation Eridanus. Guess who discovered it, guys?
Herschel.
William Herschel in 1785. It's very similar to the Eskimo Nebula in both color and structure, but the central star can be quite difficult to observe visually.
You don't seem to have a problem.
Pretty good here.
Yeah.
Sometimes referred to as the Cleopatra's Eye Nebula. Let's see. And it is, do they have a distance? Yes. It's kind of sketchy, 5,500 to 7,500 light years away.
It's not unusual for distances to be hard to figure for things like that.
Right. There's a very nice image on Wikipedia of this object from Adam Block. Adam Block is going to be doing a special presentation on our program here pretty soon, with Dave Eicher co-hosting the interview. So, from Astronomy Magazine.
Familiar name. I'm sure I've seen his images before.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's one of the best amateur astrophotographers ever. And we are seeing both stars. So that outer shell, the second star we see kind of in this image to the right, is well within the shell of the outer.
Yeah.
Scott, we're six degrees away from getting M42, so we're gonna do some song and dance and shuffling here.
Okay.
Maybe get another object while we wait for M42 to get up within range here.
How about would Hubble's Variable Nebula be up?
We'll check it.
Okay.
That Hubble's Variable Nebula isn't actually variable. I think that's because if you look at it in a small telescope, now it's a blinking nebula. It blinks in and out. It uses averted vision. But if you have a big telescope, that doesn't happen. It doesn't blink.
Oh. Hubble's Variable Nebula, I think, is maybe there's a variable star or something that's nearby, some dust. Let's see. Let's see what they say about it.
Yeah.
It's probably discovered at Mount Wilson.
It's got Hubble's name on it, so.
Yeah.
Well, he started at Yerkes doing a lot of photography,
Yes, he
so
does.
he might have seen it there.
He might have.
Maybe it's just named after him and it's actually discovered by William Herschel.
Damn it. Let's see. There's a beautiful image of it from the Hubble Space Telescope. Yeah. This is NGC 2261, Hubble's Variable Nebula. Oh, it was first imaged at Palomar Observatory Hale Telescope. First light by Edwin Hubble on January 26, 1949. But Hubble did study the nebula previously at Yerkes and Mount Wilson.
Yeah. And what's variable about it?
Well, let's see.
Yeah, I think I remember reading that that was one of the first things he imaged when he came to Mount Wilson because he knew it from Yerkes.
I think it has a lot to do with the star itself that's associated with it. Let's see what NASA says about it here. What causes Hubble's Variable Nebula to vary? The unusual nebula featured here changes its appearance noticeably in just a few weeks. Discovered over 200 years ago and subsequently cataloged NGC 2261, the remarkable nebula is named for Edwin Hubble, who studied it early last century. Fitting, perhaps, the featured image was taken by another namesake of Hubble, the Hubble Space Telescope. The faint nebula is about 1 light year across and lies about 2,500 light years away in the constellation of the Unicorn, Monocerotis. The leading variability explanation of Hubble's Variable Nebula holds that dense knots of opaque dust pass close to R Monocerotis and cast moving shadows onto the reflecting dust seen in the rest of the nebula.
Scott, that's further east than M42. It's another hour.
Oh, okay.
So it's beyond what we're going to get
Tonight. Okay.
probably tonight. So we'll shuck and
Another
jive here
time.
for a while.
Another time.
We'll find something. So if it was discovered over 200 years ago, it might have been discovered by William Herschel.
Darn it.
It doesn't say who discovered it?
Yeah, it says over 200 years ago. Let's see.
By somebody.
Well, it could have been Pierre Méchain. He discovered a bunch of things, and even things that are in Messier's catalog were discovered by Méchain.
It was William Herschel.
No. Are you serious?
Yeah, 1783. I used to like him, but
I knew it. We called Hubble's Nebula, but by God, Herschel found it.
it's William Herschel night is what it is.
That's right.
Every night is. He works with his sister, Carol.
That's right, Caroline.
Yeah,
Caroline
how many discoveries actually she made? Okay, that
wouldn't surprise me.
yeah,
But
that
Caroline Herschel was the first woman ever to be paid to do scientific work because she got a salary from the king for her work with William. Made her the first ever paid woman scientist, was Caroline Herschel.
good for her.
It's good to get paid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to get paid. Now, Chris, you are a geologist, right?
Robert.
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 Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
And, but you're at Carnegie.
Oh, no, you're confusing me with Chris Burns.
Chris Burns. Okay, sorry. Sorry.
Yes, I'm Robert Anderson.
Robert Anderson. Okay.
And Robert is the geologist.
And he's the geologist. I see.
That's right. And Chris
that
Burns
loves astronomy.
Chris Burns is an astronomer for real.
Yeah.
And he's just finished a big research project on Hubble's constant, as a result of which he doesn't want to talk about it. So when I ask him about Hubble's constant, it's like, go away. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to get Scott, we're going to go to NGC 604, which is a star-forming region in M33. It's the equivalent of the Orion Nebula in another galaxy.
It is enormous. It's the largest H2 region in the local group of galaxies. It's huge.
Wow.
If you put NGC 64 where M42 is now, it would be about 50 degrees across in our night sky.
Yeah. Guess who discovered it?
Hey, William Herschel. I knew it.
Didn't he ever sleep?
He's an astronomer who sleeps.
September 11th, 1784. Yeah.
At least it wasn't in 1783.
Yeah. It's a distance of 2.7 million light years. This is big.
Yeah, I think M33 is a little bit farther away than M31. Depending on who you listen to, there's another group that says it's a little closer. So there's a dispute over how far away it really is.
This is a nebula in another galaxy. And it's 40 times the size of the visible portion of the Orion Nebula. Jeez. This is big.
It's the largest such region in the local group that I know of.
It says it's over 6,300 times more luminous than the Orion Nebula. And if it were at the same distance, it would outshine Venus. Wow.
So you think about that and you think, wow, the night sky would be really fascinating if that thing were in it. But then you realize, oh, if it outshines Venus, you wouldn't see anything else. That's all you
else. Yeah, you would have a completely light polluted sky. This thing would be casting shadows.
Yeah.
Still, it'd be fun to fly out there and see what it's like.
Yeah.
But you'd need blackout curtains to go to sleep. You know,
when Walter Baade was doing his work up here during World War II, Los Angeles was often blacked out because they were afraid the Japanese were going to bomb. And so he had really dark nights to work with.
Yes. He was written about, there's a section about him in Timothy Ferris's book, The Red Limit.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some, I remember there was some comments from him. I think he was really trying to push the telescope to its limits during those times.
Yeah. Bada had much better photographic emulsions than Hubble did. He could see red stars that Hubble couldn't.
I see.
That's how he was able to discern the different stellar populations, because he had better photographic emulsions.
I see. Is that it at the top of the field?
That I don't know yet. Yeah, they're working on it. Yep.
Yeah, it's moving. I can see that.
Yep.
What object are we going to?
NGC 604. It's an H2 region like M42
that's right.
in M33.
Yeah, it's big. Look at this. Jeez. We're seeing the brighter inner core of it. There you go. That's nicely centered.
What we really need to put something to block the star.
And what exposure are we at right now?
15 seconds.
15. Okay. Oh, you can see it now.
Yeah, you can see it, but unfortunately, getting the background in that star messes things up.
Yeah, you can see kind of some of the green color too. Looks like.
I'm seeing blue, so there's some. Oh, why not?
You have one star.
Good question. What happened? Gain?
Someone wants to know how the observatory deals with dew.
We deal with it like everybody else. We cover up our mirror and don't observe.
I see.
There's a humidity limit. I think it's 80%, Tom. 80%. If the humidity goes over 80%, we shut down and cover the mirrors.
I see.
I was up here once to observe and spent all night over in the galley because it was so humid that the dew was dripping off the edge of the building. And
Wow.
we were waiting to see if it would dry up, and it didn't. And we couldn't open because you can't let, stuff drip on your mirror.
Right.
But the sky was nice and clear. It looked great. Seeing was not bad. The sky was clear. I kept going out. Said, can't we open up? Can't we open up? Nope.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's nothing quite so frustrating as being an astronomer,
Oh,
the
yeah.
little cloud comes and covers up the one object you wanted to look at.
Yeah. It's kind of like fishing, you got to put the time in.
Yeah.
But we're having good luck tonight, really. I mean, we've seen a lot of remarkable objects. We're seeing a nebula, a giant nebula in another galaxy right now. And we're showing live views. This is not like an astrophotographer tracking, stacking, doing darks, flats, image processing. This is on the fly.
Okay, since we have a bright star, foreground star here, we're going to try stacking.
Okay.
Is it start too bright? Yeah.
Somebody wants to know, does the dome have an internal heater to help prevent that do?
Short answer, no. Heaters are anathema to seeing, so
Yeah.
no, we don't.
Yeah.
You do heat the mirror with light bulbs, though.
We do, yes. When it gets very humid, over very humid periods in the winter, we will put a 100-watt lamp at the base of the mirror as it's parked vertically, just to have a warm air boundary over the top of the mirror between the mirror and the mirror cover, just to keep it from keep condensation from forming on top of the mirror.
Wow, that's done with a single light bulb?
Yes.
Wow.
I have observed in the 100-inch during special functions when it was full of people, and each person is something like 100 watts of heat. And you can see the difference. If you put a bunch of people in the dome, it affects the seeing just inside the dome.
Wow.
So we have no heaters and never will, because if you turn on a heater inside the dome, you ruin the seeing.
Right.
It's being petulant. It refuses to stack.
So
we're going to send a stern letter to the manufacturer.
Okay. Do that.
And the manufacturer is going to put it in the stern letter drawer.
Yeah, a round file. So how many stacks do we have right now? Like 4 or 5?
It won't stack. It refuses to do so.
Oh, it won't. Okay.
It just keeps rejecting for whatever reason.
I see. You probably need a couple of bright stars.
Could be.
We're trying to get the other stuff. Well, the stars are so let's
Clear Light 58 is asking me, is this another cluster? No, this is an emission nebula in the Triangulum Galaxy. This nebula is 40 times the size of the Orion Nebula, but we're seeing it from 2.7 million light years away.
You know, like Orion, it's an active star-forming region.
Yes.
What do we got to do? Let's just try. Let me just try putting a star out of the field. I see that. All right.
Need to be
Just
able
now
to move
coming
the
back to
telescope.
watch our program. This is we're at Mount Wilson Observatory live right now, and we're observing NGC 604, an emission nebula in the Triangulum Galaxy with the 60-inch telescope.
I think we're going to try to move the telescope to put the star outside the field of view, so we look only at the nebula.
If you guys like programs like this one from Mount Wilson, you should consider making a donation to the organization. Mount Wilson relies largely on donations to support the observatories and to take care of the staff that volunteers for doing all the work that goes on at Mount Wilson. I think there's only a few paid staff that does maintain these observatories, and it's all really specialized work too, because the telescopes were built like 100 years ago or more.
We have 2 or 3 paid staff. Three. We have 3.
Right.
So we have 3 paid staff people who work up here, supervisors, and everybody else, like Tom and me, and we're all volunteers.
Right. And you've been volunteering for 40 years, so that's
So we put another star in the field here, and it seems to like it. It seems to have enough points now to stack, and we'll see how that works.
Okay. Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, it takes me a long time to figure out that I like to do something, you know. So after 40 years, I guess I've kind of figured it out. You know?
You figured it out finally. Well, you clearly love Mount Wilson. And how could you not, you know? So,
I kind of do, actually.
yeah.
It's an opportunity to hang around the place where all those ghosts are hanging around, you
That's
know,
right.
Ritchie and Hale and Hubble and who knows who else.
Right. Guys,
Sometime-
I want to thank the audience. They got us over 100 shares. We're at 106 shares right now.
All
This is
right.
just on Facebook.
Cool.
We're also broadcasting live on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter right now. And actually on 2 Facebook pages. We're broadcasting on the Mount Wilson Facebook page too. So really want to thank you guys for helping us. You know, we only need 4 more shares to go to 110. So please share, like, and subscribe.
Oh, there's some cars driving around.
So we're creating stars now. Oh, there it goes back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can see the nebulosity actually start to build now.
Yeah.
Josie Neisel says, I am enjoying this so much.
Oh boy, I know her. She's one of my Facebook friends. Hi.
Yeah, that's great. Tim Warren, thank you for letting me enjoy. Well, we're enjoying this too. You know, this is great.
So
I'm
Scott,
pinching myself. This is like amazing. Go ahead.
Scott,
Yeah.
oh, could you look up this image on, say, from the Hubble Space Telescope? How far does it extend from that core that we see?
Okay, let me see. Okay, so the HST telescope image is I don't even see the stars that that you're seeing in the Hubble Space Telescope image.
Oh, so it's hard to match up.
Yeah.
Probably have a wider field.
Yeah.
But there may be more than one shot of it. Let me look.
It's building up. It's rejecting a few and getting a few. I'm starting to see nebulosity in there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep. There we go, spacetelescope.org and GC 604. $1,500 light years across. Huge.
That's roughly the distance from here to M42 is about 1,500 light years. So
That's
how big it
right.
is.
That's how big this cloud is. It's huge. Yeah, those other 2 stars I think are actually what I can tell in the image here, it looks like we're seeing the brighter part of it in the Hubble Space Telescope image I'm looking at. It looks like it's on the top, but I think that we're seeing kind of an inverted view.
Yeah.
I think you have this nebulosity actually almost dead center. Yeah, you do. You do. I'm starting to see now the cloud.
Mhm. Yeah, it seems to be building up, Lou.
Pretty
Well,
high.
see,
Yeah.
we're getting an image straight out of the telescope the way it is, but of course they take those Hubble Space Telescope images and flip them and turn them upside down and whatever looks good for them.
Yeah, that's right.
So who knows what the real orientation?
3 million light years away, it says on the Hubble Space Telescope website.
Yeah.
And this will eventually merge with our galaxy.
Actually, no, M33 survived. If
Oh.
you look at the dynamic models of M31 merging with the Milky Way. M31 and the Milky Way come together, and M33 just kind of spins around outside.
Oh, we never suck it up, huh?
No, so what winds up happening is that M31 and the Milky Way combine to form like a giant elliptical galaxy, and M33 is just buzzing around outside.
Oh.
So if you want to watch M51 and the Milky Way collide, M33 is a great place to watch from.
Right.
They claim that there's a wider field image. Let me see if I can find it.
But figure M31 should get here about the same time the sun turns into a red giant. So if you're hanging around the moons of Jupiter someplace safe, because the Earth is kind of toast, it's going to be a honey of a show. You got a red giant over here, colliding galaxy over there.
Yeah.
Any chance of moving the 100-inch out there?
Moving the 100-inch to where?
Jupiter.
To Jupiter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's our job to maintain it forever.
It is. I'm sorry.
Yeah, several people have asked me, can't you just move those telescopes to darker
move them
sight?
towards dark. Yeah.
I tell them it's actually cheaper to build a new one than to move the old one.
Right.
I told someone once that eventually all of this up here will be gone. And they looked at me in horror, and I said, well, yeah, eventually Mount Wilson will be gone. That's what you learn in geology.
It's all disappearing.
But it'll take a while.
Yeah, you got time. Let's see what this is.
Should be fine.
I'm sorry, folks. They just had that nice close-up picture of it. The original image of which that nice close-up image is, it's cropped from a wide field image. But now we're starting to see, you can see how big this thing is. That nebulosity is going pretty close to that second star up there. Or that smaller star or fainter star up towards the top.
So M42 is coming in range here. We're going to let this build a few more images and see if it improves a little more. But we're going to make preparations to go to our version of this, the Milky Way version of this. Smaller.
Much smaller, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody sent me a video. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice. You get 40 gallons for each.
Yeah, they tell you when I've already had 3 cookies more than I'm supposed to.
I know, I'm sure. Yep, chips.
That'd be a bad idea. Yeah.
Someone sent to me out of our group this Vimeo video of George Willis Ritchie's images from Mount Wilson. I'm going to share that in chat. You guys can watch this later. Well, they don't want to miss the Orion Nebula.
Okay, we're going to try to get to M42. We have some clouds moving in, so we're going to shuffle over there quickly.
Okay, let's do it. One of the people watching the program says, "There, I dried my hands off from the shower so I could share this program."
Cool.
Thank you. Book Davies says, "I never thought I'd share time like this on such a telescope. This is amazing." Flame Nebula in Orion would be a great target, bright and colorful.
Once you've seen M42 in this telescope, you will probably come to the conclusion that you don't ever need to look at anything else.
That's probably true.
Certainly for eyeball observing, it's the most impressive thing you can see.
Yeah, Josh Bush wanted to see M42 with the telescope, so he's getting his wish. I feel bad for Pekka because he's missing this. It was his birthday. Let's see. He went to sleep.
Oh, well.
You can watch it in rerun.
Sure.
Yeah, watch that link, that Vimeo link I put up there later. Thank you, Tamara, for sharing. Clearlight 58 says it's a 24-hour world that we live in. Yes, we never sleep here at Explore Scientific.
So are you Scott or his stunt double?
I think I'm an AI double. Well, not really an AI double, you know. Maybe an A. Leave the I off.
Yeah.
I was talking to some students in Romania this morning at an astronomy club in Romania. You know, it's interesting now. I mean, you get asked to do talks and they're all over the world, you know. People, you know, especially young people, are so interested in space exploration everywhere, you know.
Cool.
Yeah, I hope they're watching this program or watch it in reruns. So I did tell them about it. Somebody says,
I hope
"You
everybody's
really
watching."
sleep, do you, Scott?" Michael Rudy says Seth Nicholson was a solar and stellar astronomer. He couldn't sleep, right? Only many days and nights where he didn't.
Yeah, well, that's indeed true.
Mm-hmm. I imagine some of the astronomers kind of catnapped, you know.
Yeah, when you're making one of those really long exposures, you know, you probably kind of zone out at the.
Oh yeah,
but you have to watch that guide star.
That would have been brutal.
Don Nicholson must have told you the story of looking through the 100-inch when he was 13.
Yeah.
He still holds the record for being the youngest person to ever image with the 100-inch. Because he told his father he could do it, and his father said, "No, you couldn't." And after he pestered his father long enough, his father said, "Okay, you can do it." And he put him on the 100-inch on a winter night on the Newtonian platform. and then left Don to make the image.
This is
Dad
Don
went
Nicholson,
down to the
right?
galley, and
Oh,
Don
wow.
says that's when he decided astronomy was not for him. He became an optical engineer.
Yeah. But he was always on the mountain.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was great to see him. I felt really honored to get to know him, and I loved all of his jokes and everything. And even well into his 90s, he was driving up the mountain, you know.
Oh yeah, he
That's not an
stopped
easy drive.
he stopped doing the full walking tours at 93 because
Oh,
he
wow.
had a hard time walking from one end of the grounds to the other.
Yeah,
So we would plant him someplace with a golf cart. And
I see.
he kept taking part in the tours till he was about 96.
Wow. I remember being at the Riverside Telescope Makers Conference, and I think he was 94 or 95 years old at the time. He drove there to
Yeah.
Big Bear Mountain.
He was driving on his own until, well, it was just after his 98th birthday that he passed away.
Yeah.
But certainly when he was 97, he was still driving. So I think it was only like the last 6 months that he couldn't really drive.
And he drove a stick shift.
I didn't
That's
know
a
that.
stick. Wow.
Yeah.
That's driving.
Don't tell me you can't find M42.
Maybe we're just staring at one star of the trapezium. They want to know if you've ever tried to image planets during the day.
We have. I saw Jupiter through the 60 inch, and you could see the bands quite nicely in the day.
During the when SL9 impacted Jupiter, Mount Wilson had they invited amateur astronomers up to the mountain, and I had brought a Meade 16-inch telescope up there, and we were all looking at it. It was still daytime. You could see Jupiter in the daytime, and an older gentleman, walked up and looked in the telescope and could see a black dot on the surface of Jupiter. And he said, "Well, I see an impact." And I said, "Well, no, I told him because scientists, there was astronomers up there at that time, and they were saying, 'Oh no, you're not going to see anything. We're not going to visually see anything.'" So I told him, "No, that's probably a shadow of the moon." It turned out he did see one of the early impacts, and he might have been one of the first to see it visually. So.
Oh, what? There was a different impact than the Shoemaker-Levy comet?
Yeah, when the Shoemaker-Levy 9 was hitting Jupiter, it was making these explosions, and there were dark marks on the surface.
Right, but was that the time he saw it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because they knew it was already making impacts.
Oh, so he did see one of those. Okay.
I called it wrong, I said it was shadow of the moon. And he goes, "Oh," like that, and he was kind of disappointed, and he walked away.
Well, who knew what an impact on Jupiter would even look like?
No one. It wasn't until later that we figured it out, Jupiter's looked pretty messed up for a while after that. Okay, we're coming towards some nebulosity now. I can see it. There we go. There we go. We got color too. Look at this. Wow. This looks nice. This is beautiful. Look at that. This is what it's all about here. This is the trapezium coming up. Wow. Oh, look at this.
So you remember when I said, don't tell me you can't find M42? Guess what?
This is beautiful. Holy smokes. Look at this.
Now they found it.
Look at this. This is beautiful. This is what they've waited all night for. This is great.
So once again, this is the first thing that Richie imaged with this telescope.
Oh, man. Yeah, this is just the heart of it, though.
That
Look
looks
at
good.
that.
I could have done this second. Not good.
That is beautiful. Oh, and you can see the companion, the double stars.
Mm-hmm.
That's folks, it doesn't get any better than this. This is awesome.
Not much choice. We have to overexpose the stars a little bit in order to see the nebulosity.
Of course.
We're going to try to stack and see if it works at all this time. It has a lot of targets, so it should be able.
It's got a lot of targets. It should be able to do it.
Okay.
This is from Hubble Space Telescope. It says, appearing like glistening precious stones, the trapezium's cluster central region is seen here through the eyes of the Hubble Space Telescope. All of the celestial objects in the trapezium were born together in this hotbed of star formation. The cluster is named for the trapezoidal alignment of those central massive stars.
Picked up a few stars there.
There's a swarm of newborn brown dwarfs. The orbiting observatory of Hubble revealed about 50 of these objects through the Orion nebula's trapezium clusters about 1,500 light years from Earth. Yeah.
The brightest star you see there is Theta 1c, and it has an effective temperature of about 40,000 Kelvin. It's one of the hottest stars I've ever encountered. By itself, it's well over half of the light that illuminates the entire Orion Nebula comes from that one star.
Wow. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Feel free to use your iPhone to take pictures of your computer screen.
And then crop the picture and tell everybody, look what I was able to do with my cheap little refractor.
That's right. Or yeah, you could just do a screen grab, right?
Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to do that right now. Yeah. There we go.
Is it actually stacking?
It's stacking.
And what are the exposures?
So we're doing 1 second exposures, and we are now up to 32.
Very nice.
Accepted and 68.
So it is stacking 1 second exposures.
Okay.
And we have 32 stacked so far.
Amazing. Denise Walsh says, okay, I'm done. I'm so stoked having seen what you did for all of us. Thank you, people, for an amazing few hours of live and direct astronomy. I'll share your stuff in the future and keep you in mind for a visit.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you.
Very welcome.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the nebulosity is getting more intense now.
So I'm seeing my illusion through this scope where it looks almost three-dimensional.
Yeah. Question, do you all get personal viewing time from the scope when the scope is free, and what do you look at?
Well, we work for free, so everything we do is for free.
That's right.
So yeah, we try to have nights for our docents, our trustees, volunteers, and so forth. Usually in the summer, and well, we don't see this during the summer because this is a kind of off season for us, but it's a great object. So right now, it's only likely us here in the mountain staff and the, I guess, supervisory staff that are getting to see this.
Mm-hmm.
But there are a lot of great objects during the summer too. So the Ring Nebula is very good in this as well.
Oh yeah. When do you guys normally close for the year?
At the end of October.
Okay.
That's our closure from peak business. We can sometimes extend to the end of November, but I think end of October is about it.
Mm-hmm.
And this year we couldn't operate at all because, COVID-19 and the fire. So it was a double whammy. We were just hoping we can open in April again.
Right.
And that's going to be, up to circumstances beyond our control, but we're hopeful.
Yeah, I'm going to put in the Mount Wilson website again. If you enjoyed this program and you love Mount Wilson, you're going to want to help support it a little bit. Debbie Crutchfield, P.O., says, tell Tim Thompson he's so correct about how this is such a spectacular object to see.
Well,
thank you.
So, hi, Debbie. This is Tom. I agree. I second that motion.
Yes.
It's even more impressive when you look at it by eye and you can kind of cruise around with the little control panel and look here and look there.
Yeah.
When I look at this field, not naked eye, but looking through an eyepiece, the last time I think I counted 30 stars that I could see in the field, which is about the same size as this, maybe a little smaller field of view than this.
Some other comments here. Randy Mallon says, question, is this the first live feed? I would imagine other observatories would or should follow suit. I just donated. Thank you for the evening.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And this is our second live session. We had one for Glendale Community College a few weeks ago that was successful, and it kind of bolstered our courage to keep on doing this. We've tried to get past our mistakes, and little by little we're getting, I hope, a little more refined and professional about this, but it'll be a couple more sessions before we have it down.
Well, we're honored that you did one with us, that's for sure.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, Scott. This was great. I'm glad this came together nicely.
Yeah. Mount Wilson Observatory was also the place where we held the first meeting of the Alliance of Historic Observatories. And this is a group of, well, it's Lake Observatory, Lowell, of course, Mount Wilson, Palomar, Yerkes Observatory, the Vatican. Who else was at that meeting, Tom?
Oh, can't say as I remember.
I think you got them all.
I think we had Griffith too.
Griffith.
Yeah, correct.
Right. And Griffith. And so this is this live presentation is kind of a precursor to doing a maybe a more extensive tour of Mount Wilson. We plan to do live tours of all those observatories.
Yeah, we hope our session here encourages them, and they can improve on this, I'm sure. But we're eager to get them to participate. I think this is going to boost the group quite a bit.
Yeah, I hope so. I think the tracking and stacking is working very well on this object.
You know, a little bit eggy, but it's not bad for what we're doing here.
Yeah.
10 seconds stack.
We are.
We have a minute and 10 seconds worth of stacked images, of 1 second images.
Okay.
We are looking pretty low, so look for all the air.
Yeah.
We're doing pretty good.
So we think we're 1.5 atmospheres, I think. I think we're looking through 1.5 atmospheres or more.
It's still so steady. It's great.
So did you switch to live?
I reset it, so it's starting again.
Okay.
So we're
rejecting everything.
So we're restacking again. We're starting again on the stack.
Yeah.
Eventually, it just gets lost since I can't do anything. It's reject.
Celtic Raven says, please tell Chris and the guys they've killed it tonight. I can't say it enough. The little technical glitches were really nothing at all. You all did a great job.
Thank you.
Yep.
Merci beaucoup.
Stefan Del Pra in Australia says, thank you very much to the guys at the observatory live feeding this and for your work.
Astronomy without glitches isn't real.
Real astronomy.
Yeah, that's a fairy tale.
That's true.
Yeah.
Josie Neisel says, I can see Mount Wilson out my back window. It was scary watching the fires, and I probably ended up with a lot of ashes in my yard, but I'm so glad it all ended well. I never imagined as a kid that I'd ever have a chance to see through that telescope live like we're doing tonight.
Thank you. Everybody tell Scott you want to do it again. Flood his email box.
Oh yeah, I put in mountwilson.com. That's a domain for sale. Mountwilson.edu. That's where you want to go.
Yep.
Corrected.
But just so everyone knows, we enjoy using these telescopes, but we enjoy it even more when we can share it with other people, which we really missed this year.
Yes, well said, Robert.
Yeah.
Most fun we have, the reason we do this is we like to share this with other people. And not having a whole season without anybody up here at all has just been crushing to us. And we're happy we have this outlet to at least share what this institution offers, and maybe expand our offerings here with events like this.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think this is the longest stretch I've ever gone without giving a tour up here.
Yeah.
Do you remember how, Tim?
Do I remember how?
How?
Oh.
How to give a tour.
Yeah.
I went through the wrong door in the 100-inch.
Oh, no.
We're going to have to retrain our operators. I don't think they've touched the controls on these scopes for a long time. So I think everybody's going to be in for a requalification process here.
Our regularly scheduled walking tours are on a fixed time scale, but I also do private tours, and they last as long as people can stand it. And I've had tours up here one that lasted 5 hours, the longest tour I've given. Usually it's 3, something like that. But I've got more stamina than anybody who's ever taken a tour with me so far. So we'll see.
Oh, wow. Well, it's because you love it, man. That's why. You love it. Clear Light 58 says, I think that a lot of us in this hobby love to share our work or the love of the hobby. You should consider doing this maybe monthly online now that you know that it works. Randy Mallon says, a question, can you flesh out a bit how the telescope is used? This is rented for the length of, is it rented for a length of time by whomever? How does it work? Someone rents time, comes in and does their study?
Well, okay, we have that's it's a broad question, and we do a lot of things. We rent these scopes to groups mainly, either clubs, school groups, private groups, people who have birthdays and want to just look through a telescope.
Yeah.
So in this telescope, the 60-inch, we can do up to 25 people in a session. And we have an operator and another individual called a session director who is kind of the knowledge keeper that explains the objects and does crowd control and safety and so forth. So that's the major use of this scope is just entertainment. We have a few schools and other clubs who do serious work. We have a few schools that are starting to do speckle interferometry here on a regular basis. And we have an offer of an Echelle spectrograph to mount on this that we're looking to put in on the springtime so that we can do a little bit deeper research. We'll have to practice with it too, but there is some interest in getting this scope and the 100-inch into at least student research, and that really pleases me. I'd like to see these telescopes productive in that way.
Yes, I agree. One of them says, great way to fundraise during a pandemic. and this is such a gift. Marco Polo says, online sessions expands your audience worldwide. Another comment, if you need someone to consult on collaboration gear, my time is yours to the observatory. I can give up to 40 hours a year through my own company outreach. If you want to get in touch, Scott has my contact info.
Okay.
Jenny Strojan says the best times are the times you can share with others that have never looked through a telescope. Thanks to all of you tonight.
Thank you, Jenny. We miss you.
Come back. Yeah, the fishing's not as good around here.
That's true. Look, Davey says, glad those scopes are still productive. Too good to waste. Here, here.
I think so, but I might be biased.
You might be biased. Well, you guys have definitely thrown down the gauntlet here, you know, so let's see some of the other observatories share an experience like this.
Yeah, we hope we encourage them.
Yeah. Oh, it snapped in here a little sharper. Oh, I see. It actually we have a double image now.
Okay, well, that's not good. I see it too.
Jenny says, miss you guys too.
Wow, right there.
Wow, that's
what have you been smoking back there?
So
okay,
so,
now we're back to normal. We're back to
Jenny was one of my instructors on the 60-inch here back in the day. Oh, that would be back in like 2003, 2004, something like that. I started on the scope, and Jenny was one of my mentors on this.
Great. Someone wants to know how far away the 200-inch Palomar telescope is from Mount Wilson.
What, 150 miles?
Not that far.
About 100. Well, as the crow flies, or on the road?
About 100, because it's 120 from here to San Diego. So.
Okay, so yeah, 100 miles.
100 miles away. Yeah.
South.
On a clear day, you can see it from Mount Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We can see them. I don't know if they can see us.
I tried when I was at Palomar on the catwalk of the 200. I tried to spot the 100, but I couldn't. But I have seen the 200-inch dome from Echo Rock or Point, whatever the right name for it is.
Yeah.
On a clear day, it's not hard to see in binoculars. I don't know if that was a deliberate thing or not. I tend to doubt it.
So there's a platform as you go down towards the monastery, and it's there's a plaque, and I guess Michelson had measured the speed of light.
That's right.
From there.
That's right.
What was he was aiming at another mountaintop, is that correct?
He was aiming at Mount Baldy. It's actually a peak on the shoulder of it called Lookout Mountain.
Okay.
And remember, I said earlier that one of George Hale's habits was to push every technology that he ever saw to the breaking point in order to get the best. And this is another example, because if you want to measure the speed of light, you really need to know the distance over which you're propagating it. And that's a straight line from here to Lookout. And so the surveying crew that had to figure out how long that line of sight is had to triangulate along the ground. And they literally had to invent new methods for surveying. And if you look at the surveyors of Southern California, you know, the Surveyor Society or whatever, the history of surveying, one of the most difficult tasks they ever had was surveying to figure out how far the distance was from here to Lookout. And they got it to within like a centimeter or something, which was necessary in order to be able to get a reliable speed of light. And the speed he measured with was within 1 standard deviation of the speed we use now as a standard. So he pretty much nailed it.
Yeah.
I've actually met a few people that have come to Mount Wilson that care nothing about astronomy, but they want to see where this famous land survey was done. So that's why they come.
Yeah.
So Scott, we're coming up on 10 p.m. our time.
Yep.
And I think we're going to bring the curtain down on this. And I want to
Okay.
thank you for hosting this forum. We enjoyed it.
Great.
Hope everyone else did too. And we look forward to doing it again.
Yeah. Maybe before you go, you can turn on the lights. We can see the scope, and you guys can take a bow. Or at least wave goodbye.
I would suggest we're going to mute the iPad, and I'm going to unmute the other one. So.
What do you look like?
Okay, let's see. I think we're getting a feedback. All right. Okay, so I need to. Right. Settings. Okay. Go to
Gonna get the camera warming up.
All right, so that's that.
Is this
and so I need to control my GoPro. Control GoPro. Do this. All right. Okay. All right, Scott, I think you should probably see the telescope at this point.
Michael Rudy's telling us that our mics are still hot. Yes, we know.
Mics are still hot. Yes,
we like it that way. Yeah, here, let me stop sharing the screen here.
Letters out of the way.
There we go. Okay.
You're out of the way.
Yeah, I see you guys. Yeah. Beautiful. So you've been watching the Explorer Alliance special presentation of Mount Wilson Observatory Live. Our program, which is now I think over 4 or 5 hours long, we've been through the 100-inch. We took a beautiful tour through the 100-inch telescope. We got to see the drive system of the 60-inch. We got to see, of course, we're looking at the whole telescope right now, and we got to see some amazing objects through the 60-inch telescope live, including Uranus and Mars and M15 and the Blue Snowball Nebula, and we ended up with the Orion Nebula, seeing the trapezium, which is just utterly fantastic, jaw-dropping. And so it all worked, and you guys were absolutely terrific, and I know that the audience loved it. So. And the Cleopatra's Eye, that's right. And NGC 604. And others. Using a wide field view of the interior of the 60-inch telescope with a GoPro camera.
Okay.
Again, if you enjoyed this, consider making a donation to Mount Wilson Observatory at mountwilson.edu. There we go. Thank you, everybody, for all your nice comments. And the team is putting the telescope to bed at this point. Don't forget to watch this Vimeo video of George Willis Ritchie's astrophotography through the 60-inch telescope. Thank you, Stefan.
We're going to close the shutter now, so you're going to hear another kind of squealing and screeching.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. I'm talking to myself. Yeah, you're right. It's so much quieter when it goes this way.
So tomorrow we have another presentation, special presentation with the Astronomical League. David Levy will be there for that as well. And this will be co-hosted with Terry Mann, former two-time president of the Astronomical League. And so you'll see that presentation midday on these same channels.
That's because of the dead. So if you bring the dome to a halt in a dead zone, all the lights go out and you can't control the shutter. Now, I didn't know this, so I had to call up our new leader here like 1:30 in the morning because we're trying to close up. Finally, someone said, "Oh, well, the dome rotation, even if the DC is still rotating, so you just rotate out of that dead zone, and you're okay." Yes, I remember too.
One person in history
breaking the unreleased telescope. position on the board, set up the chassis. And what we found was that if you just put the pieces into some random order on the board, then the world champions were no better than the first illustration. But if you set up the yesterday, math and classification, they will look according to the center. So there are patterns that you recognize. And one of the things that differentiates you from spiritual player is the beginner seeing the pattern of static patient. And the player recognizes make that transition. But I understand. And I suspect very my head up after speaking.
Signing off here.
Okay. All right. Guys, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Till next time.
Night, night.
All right. Thank you. Take care. Good night. Well, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in to our program. If you're coming in at the very, very end here, you just watched the Explorer Alliance live presentation, a special presentation of Mount Wilson Observatory live. We had Tom Meneghini, who's the Executive Director of Mount Wilson Observatory, with Robert Anderson, who was attending, geologist attending, but also does many things at Mount Wilson. Chris Burns, who's a Carnegie observer, astronomers there, and helping out with cameras and explanations and tours, and of course Tim Thompson, who's been there for many, many years. It was a really amazing night. You know, clear and very steady skies, which, you know, the steady skies and the air quality up there at Mount Wilson is what it's really known for. The 60-inch and 100-inch telescope were put there by George Ellery Hale by a team of some of the most amazing engineers and skilled technicians of that time. And so, very historic, very amazing, and I'm glad you got to see it. You can watch it later as it reruns, but we had a great audience tonight and lots of shares, so we really appreciate it. Tomorrow we have our special presentation with the Astronomical League, which will get started at 1 p.m. Central Time, and that will be co-hosted with Terry Mann, who's a former two-time president of the Astronomical League. You're going to hear some great lectures, and you know, I hope that you attend. So thank you and good night. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much.